Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to a new series where I put a bunch of shit on slideshows and rant about it for however long as I want. These will be completely unscripted, except for the notes that I have put on the slideshows beforehand and the images. So who knows what I'll talk about? Who knows how long they'll be? Um, I will warn you that the slideshow is about 80 slides long, so let's see how long let's see how long the video ends up. As you can see, as it says on screen, I am perfectly normal about the show, and you know it's true because it is written on the screen. Um, I'm perfectly normal about Black Clover. That is why I chose it as my first ever topic to cover. Uh, I will not be able to go over everything about this show. I'm gonna go over everything that I care about, which is clearly a lot given how many slides are on this presentation. um, if there's anything I didn't cover that you want my thoughts on, you can put it in the comments. And I will get to it unless this video ends up, I don't know, hitting the lucky gold mine and getting 1,000,000 views, which is not going to happen. But I have to say that to cover my ass. You didn't answer everyone's comments. I'm sorry, okay? I'm one person. Okay. Yeah, as evidence for how I am perfectly normal about this show, this is a mask that I owned, except I lost it like my first year of college, and I have been traumatized. I have been sad about it ever since. That is how normal I am about this show. This is like a custom ordered mask or something because I cannot find it anywhere. If anyone ever makes me this mask or gets me something close to this mask, I will love you forever. Just so you know, one day maybe I'll be able to hire someone to make something similar. Who knows? I would love to get this mask back. I have many fond memories of it. I wore it every day in high school, or like every other few days. I had a few masks I cycled through during high school because I was special. No, because I didn't really care. I wasn't gonna be the boring basic bitch who wore the freaking hospital mask or the stereotypical blue mask. So I bought some anime masks and I like cycled them out throughout the days because I was stylish. And nobody asked any questions. It's fine. This is a perfectly normal mask to be wearing in high school. As you can probably guess, no one else did that. I was like one of the only people who had a non-standard mask. So anyway, that's how you know I'm perfectly normal about this show. First, I will go over the table of contents. Obviously, this will have like manga spoilers. I really love this series, so I recommend if you haven't seen it, and you plan to, you watch it first. It is kind of long compared to like really short anime, or you can read the manga, you can watch the anime. This will have manga spoilers, so I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to everyone. If you watch some of this and are like, wow, this sounds really cool at any point, I recommend you stop, read or watch as much as possible, and then come back. Or, you can wait until the anime is over and come back here. I will be referring to manga content for this because I read it recently. I watched the anime like a long time ago, but I don't remember most of the things that happened in it. I do have a couple of things to say about the anime that I remember, and the fact that I remember them probably tells you that they were very striking to me. So, yeah. But anyway, obviously these opinions are my own opinion. If you let other people's opinions on the internet influence you too much, I think you should have more confidence in your own opinions. But also, it is good to listen to other people and see where they're coming from. Anyway, now that all that BS is out of the way, You can do whatever you want, man. You can comment and say my takes are fucking trash. I have no media literacy. That term is dead. I did graduate with a writing degree, so that I may have some. I may have some actual knowledge in this field, but it's okay. Anyone can say anything they want on the internet. Well, not without consequence, but this is literally a show. This is literally an anime manga. It's not that serious. Anyway, for this table of contents, I will be quickly overviewing everything that I will be talking about. I'll be talking about my favorite things: Austin, Asta, and Noelle, who are basically just the three main characters. So, like, I'm basic, I guess. I don't fucking know. We're going to be talking about annoying anime tropes. Many of them are gone or reduced significantly. These three here below exist to a minimal extent. Anyone who knows Black Clover will probably know what I'm talking about, but you will see. You will see, I guess. The characters are the Black Bulls, which is the main group of characters. They're super cool. I love them. And then I have another section for other important characters. This is a very long. This makes up most of the slides, to be honest. Some characters I talk more about than others. Some characters I might not mention at all. I'm sorry if your favorite character isn't on the list. You can mention them in the comments, and I might have something to say about them. I just put down whoever I wanted to be honest. The plot, I'm going to talk about magic discrimination and loyalty, world building, and the magic system. We love that. Alright, for the first part, Asta and Yuno. I love these guys. Oh, also, the images for this are, like, taken off of fucking Pinterest. Listen, I cannot stop the AI slop. And I'm not going to waste my brain trying to figure out if these are actual real artists or not. If you like any of these images, I suggest you reverse image search them by taking a screenshot of my video or something like that. If I get a lot of views, I probably will start, like, literally crediting all of these in the description. But I'm probably gonna get, like, 10 views on this video, so I'm not going through that effort. But anyway, some of these artists are really good. So Asta and Yuno, unlike some other shonen, are actual friends, which I really, really like about this anime in particular, because it pisses me off when you have a shonen and the two main male leads fucking hate each other, but everyone ships them together because they're the most developed characters in the franchise. As an example, I'm gonna use Naruto and Sasuke because it's a very popular anime and it's very easy to see. As you can see, these are AO3 tags, which is a fanfiction website. On the top is the Black Clover ships from the four most popular. And as you can see, Asta and Noelle, who is the main girl lead, the main female, the main woman in the series, their ship fics are over twice as much. Well, actually, no. More than Asta and Yuno, who is actually third place. You can also see that the Asta and Yuno tag, which means that they are not explicitly in a relationship, is fourth on the list, as opposed to the ship dynamic, which is third on the list. And the fact that they're so close shows you that people do see these guys as friends, at least a very good portion in relation to seeing them as a romantic couple. Because look down in the Naruto section. You don't see Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. You see Uchiha Sasuke / Uzumaki Naruto, which means they are in a romantic pairing. No one sees them as friends, bro. They're not writing fics about how they're fucking friends. note how the actual canon ship for Naruto is 5th on the list compared to the first top option where he is being shipped with his rival. So, yeah. Naruto and Sasuke, in their series, fucking hate each other. They, almost kill each other several times. They actually, like, they fight a lot. They insult each other. Naruto really is obsessed over Sasuke for some reason. I don't understand why. Like, I could never understand. But you know, that's fine, I guess. Now, Asta and Yuno are different because they don't ever try to kill each other. They actually save each other's lives quite a lot, and they fight alongside each other in battle quite a few times. And one of the things I like the most about them is that they are still rivals. They both want to become the Wizard King. It's cute, I think. I do see them more as friends than a romantic pairing, despite being a gay guy myself. Because I think it just makes more sense, to be honest. Actually, I had kidding Yuno as Arrow Ace because he is not interested in anyone throughout the entire series. So, Asta, honestly, I don't know what the fuck is up with Asta. He might be going through some compet shit with, I'll talk more about that when we get to his section. But basically, Yuno is... Basically, Asta and Yuno grew up together in an orphanage, and they care about each other a lot, because Yuno, before he had magic, was like, he got bullied by some dude, and then Asta was like, I'm gonna protect you, and then Asta was so stubborn in fighting this grown-ass man, I think it was a grown-ass man, or like maybe a teen or something, that he was like, okay, I feel bad beating up this kid, so the guy just left, and Yuno was like, oh my god, he's so strong, I'm gonna be strong like you, and then he got his magic and became super OP. And ever since then, they have been fighting to be the Wizard King, who is the strongest in the land, and basically, you know, rules over all the people, and protects them and shit. And I think it's nice because they clearly respect each other a lot. Asta's like, so powerful. And despite Asta not having any magic, which is his whole thing, always believes in Asta. He's like, I know he's going to make it. I know he's going to keep trying and get stronger, and he's going to fight to be the Wizard King. And there are times when it's like, is Asta dead? And just like, no, he's not fucking dead. Asta wouldn't do that. He's too good to be dead. And he ends up being right. And I like that has that absolute belief in Asta, even though sometimes logically it seems like Asta would fucking die. Anyway. Oh, here's some manga panels. Which might show you some context to why some people might think it's a little bit romantic, because some of these is kind of intense. I get it. Like, I like thinking about this with one of my very close best friends. On the right side we have, because I've got him, and it's them next to each other. It's amazing. And then, and then on the left side, we have Yuno thinking, shut up. I don't care about you. I just... him! And then it's just pictures of Asta in his mind. Very, very heterosexual. Very straight. We love you, Okay. Okay. Next part. Apologies for the coughs. I have a chronic illness. So... Asta, I am perfectly normal about him. Asta makes my simp list. I'm very glad that there's a time skip so that he becomes older, even though I did start this when I was, I believe I started this when I was back in high school, so like, it's perfectly acceptable for me to simp after him. But anyway, I love Asta so much. He has such a great personality. People find him annoying because in the anime, he, like, yells a lot or something, which is, like, okay. A lot of anime characters are annoying. Not gonna lie, that is a problem with a lot of anime, that, like, the main character is a little bit annoying. Like, especially like the first few episodes, and then they kind of chill out a little bit. Do better, anime. Anyway, Asta's so amazing. He's like, so like I said before, this is a world in which people are measured basically by their magic power, and Asta doesn't have like magic, even though everyone in the world has to have at least some magic. Asta's weird because he grew up without magic and instead like trained his body a lot. He's like, but he did like a fucking Saitama and One Punch Man and like did push-ups every day and became super buff. Look up pictures of Asta a post time skip and he's fucking buff as shit, bro. Love Asta. He is my short king. He's also like super pure-hearted and super kind to everyone he meets. He's never like mean to anyone, but he will beat a bitch up if they are evil. Like specifically the devils, he will beat those bitches up. He's not like some other main characters like Tanjiro from Demon Slayer or like sometimes Naruto. Will be like, oh, but like. I know the evil villain isn't really evil. We can't kill them. And then the evil villain is literally just like murdering thousands of people or some shit like that. Asta doesn't really do that. He can usually tell when a guy is actually good or not, which I like about him. Like sometimes you can't just be like, this evil person deserves to live. I'm sorry, bro. I might be a little bit not pacifistic. I might be a little bit problematic, but I like cool heroes who can actually beat a bitch up sometimes. Even though he is way too sweet, honestly. He is too sweet for this world. He constantly believes in people and keeps trying no matter what and just waves off all of the freaking classism that goes his way because he is a peasant and has no magic power. Which is really funny, because look at these fucking pictures. Asta is holding a fucking demon sword. Look, he looks so badass. Yeah, you look at this guy, he's gonna fuck you up. But people are still like, but you don't have any magic power. And you might be like, what the fuck do you mean he has no magic power? Look at these pictures. Do you not see the red demon magic flowing around him? So the thing with Asta is that he has no magic power. So he gets gifted a 5-leaf clover grimoire, which there's this thing in the show that's like, in the 5th leaf of the grimoire, of the 5-leaf clover, lies a devil! Oh my god! And basically, this grimoire seems to give Asta a giant sword, as you can see, and the power to channel anti-magic, which basically nullifies any magic that it comes in contact with. It's super powerful, and since Asta is already super buff, which I like this a lot, because it shows that Asta making himself strong mattered a lot. Like, training so hard actually had a tangible effect on how he could fight. Because now he can, like, just charge at people with his fucking sword and, like, beat them up with the sword. And slash the magic to bits and knock people out like that. So he's pretty capable as a magic knight, which are the people who protect against evil villains in the Black Clover universe. Alright, here we have a quote from him. He wants a free country where everybody can appreciate each other and joke and laugh together. That's the sort of country he wants to build once I'm the Wizard King. And then another character being like, what an idiot! That ambition's far beyond him, but he just said it straight out like he means it. Asta is so pure. He just says things, and he believes them purely. He's a bit of a himbo. He's not, like, he has good battle strats, many times, and he has good instincts, but he thinks very simply. He's not very big on, strategic tactics, like, before the battle. So that's cool. I just love how he cares about everyone, and he has a good head on his shoulders. I like good guys. I like good, wholesome guys. Sometimes he's a little bit too nice, I think, but you know what? We love that. We have other characters to make up for that. Alright. Sorry. This next part. Why does everyone have a crush on Asta? Notice how Yuno is on the picture to the left. Anyway, look at how hot he is. I like how I'm saying this, even though I like Asta. Asta makes my simplest, but I will be like, why the fuck are all these girls crushing on Asta? Now, the girls to the right, 3 of them don't actually have a crush on Asta, but they're shipped with him, very common, and they spend amounts of time with him where you could reasonably ship them. And there's a few other characters, actually. I will say, Black Clover understands the feminine gaze. I'm technically not a woman. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I am non-binary, so, like, take from that what you will. But, it doesn't misunderstand the female gaze, as much as some other shonen, because I believe that if Asta was real, I'm totally not biased saying this because I like him, because I would have a crush on him, maybe. Everyone would love him because he's nice, he's kind, he's fucking strong, he's hot. Like, look at that fucking body. Sorry. It makes sense. The crush on Asta is based. Okay. And here's what actually happens you can see this one girl. This also happens in the manga. There's this random girl. Asta goes to a mixer. He doesn't know what the fuck he is because he's dumb. I mean, he's romantically inexperienced. Let's say that. So someone invites him to a mixer and he just goes, and then he's like, I have no idea what this is supposed to be for. I'm just hanging out with people. And then this girl is like, he looks kind of poor. And then she's like, this guy's actually really sweet. And then she's like, I'm gonna kiss him! Or some shit like that. On the left is the main girl, Noelle, who we will be talking about shortly. And they straight up say it. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I'm realizing it. I like Asta, which I actually really like this. Sometimes shonen will just fucking completely avoid this shit. Sometimes anime and manga will completely avoid the romantic shit, but I think it's important. Don't make it someone's entire character. I'm so sorry, Hinata from Naruto. I'm so sorry. And many other women are completely reduced down to their crushes. Noelle is a lot more than that, but she also likes Asta. She has a lot of dimensions to her, which we will talk about soon, but, I actually like that this is a part of her conflict, even though it doesn't really get resolved. Anyway, and then we see this other girl. Oh my gosh, ever since then, protecting and supporting Asta, he's been all I think about. Isn't there anything I can do about it? And then there's this other girl, this Mimosa. I love her too. And then you see a third girl. She does not like Asta. She hangs out with him, kinda. She's more like a casual friend, I would say. And then she whispers to them, and then they're like, oh my god! I don't know what she whispered to them, but, it must have been something provocative. It's funny because, before we get to Noelle, Asta, canonically, he repeatedly confesses to... On the right here, there's this girl in the nun outfit with the blue eyes. Her name is Sister Lily. And she's like, she works at the orphanage that Asta's at, and Asta's like, I love you, Sister Lily, please marry me. And he says that a lot, especially at the beginning of the series, and Sister Lily's always like, no, fuck you. No, she doesn't say that. But she's like, no, I don't want to. But Asta keeps trying, which someone really gotta tell him to stop. And he keeps on doing this, and he does it for a final time once he finally actually comes of age. And she's like, I'm sorry, I've always only saw you as a brother, this isn't ever gonna work out. And he's like, okay. He's really chill with it, actually. He doesn't seem that broken up about it, which kind of makes me think he's like affected by compet, which is like the fact that you have to like a girl and be in a romantic relationship. And he just chose Sister Lily because she was like the only girl in his life. And he was like, I must like her. I must be in love with her and I must marry her. And then she's just like, no. And then he's like, okay, cool. Because he doesn't show romantic interest in any other girl in the series. Anyone else in the series ever. He's just kind of chill. And he likes Noelle and Mimosa. When I get to Mimosa's part, which is a lot later down, I'll talk more about it. But I do like that it shows that Asta is not like... It also annoys me when main characters in particular are like super horny or like the girls a little bit too much. It's distracting to me. Maybe that's just because I'm gay and or aspec on the asexual spectrum. I like guys based on personality, not based on just appearance or whatever. But the whole Sister Lily thing, I think it was done really well because it shows that Asta's just like a normal dude and kind of like, I don't think he actually really ever liked Sister Lily. He can figure himself out later if he actually likes anyone. Alright, here's my girl Noelle, yeah! How long has it been since you have seen a woman in anime who is a main woman in anime who is the favorite, who is the fan favorite? She got first place in popularity rankings twice! She beat Asta, the main character, which really shows you just how well written she is. The reason why that she's such a beloved character is because she has a lot of, like, she's interesting. She has a background. She has, like, backstory. She does important things. She's badass. She actually has powers. She has a backstory. So she comes from a royal family, but she sucks at controlling her magic. And it's revealed that it's because she really doesn't want to hurt anyone. But then she gets the determination to, like, protect her friends and actually fight. So she is actually able to aim properly in the future with her overwhelming magical power. And because she's a royal, she has a lot of magic power. That's, like, a thing in this universe. People who are royalty innately have a lot of magical power. Yuno comes from the same peasant village that Asta does, but we'll talk more about him later. Noelle has, like, water magic, and it's super strong water magic. And she has friends. These girls, she has friends that are not just men who she sims after. Slolopechka and Mimosa, who is the other girl who has a crush on Asta. Also, they don't fight over him, like, fight. They both have mutual crushes on him, and kind of just, they don't fight each other over it, really. Like, I'm pretty sure they're aware that they each have a crush on him, but they're still friends, despite all that, and they, like, talk about shit and have girl time together and stuff. And I find that really nice. They don't have to, like, we're girlies, and we're friends, and that's nice. Now, unfortunately, I have to bring up Naruto again. Compare this to Sakura, who, even though she is the main girl character, right, in the trio, Sakura has, like, one important fight, and she's assisted by someone else in that fight. I'm talking about the Sasori fight, with Grandma Chio. She does have a few more fights. Also, she's primarily a healer. She is actually strong. She just never gets to do that. While Noelle has a lot of individual fights against important enemies. and she does it alone. Like, she doesn't need Asta to like save her randomly. That does happen a couple of times, but she also has battles where she just defeats the enemy all by herself or with her other friends, not Asta saving the day every single time, which happens a lot in other shonen anime. So she has a lot of depth. Let me see. Okay. And up here you can see her family. She has a whole arc with her family where like they like treat her badly because she can't control her magic. And then they kind of get humbled when she starts to control her magic and is like way stronger than them. Except for her older brother, who we'll talk about him later, who I actually like her older brother. The woman in the middle is her mom, who was like a super OP, one of the strongest women mages ever. And you can see where she got her power from, basically. But yeah, she also has an arc with her family. So not only does she have a family backstory, again, think of Sakura, do we even know her parents' names? Most women do not have conflict or interpersonal relationships other than the relationship with the main character. But Noelle has a lot, and that's important. This is Kahono. She's also here in the like picture. I would love it if anyone ever said this to me. You'll be fine, there's no doubt about it, because I'm your friend and I say so. I just like that a lot. I grew up without many friends, so it's really sweet to hear something like this. It's like unconditional, unwavering support. And there's no man involved! It's not romantic! Yay, we love that. Kono is like, she is very much a supporting character. She kind of exists just to lift Noelle up. She has character traits. She likes to sing. She loses her voice for a bit because she gets injured and then she gets it back because healing magic. Yeah, that's who she is. And she's Noelle's friend and she inspires her to get stronger and helps her out with her feelings with Asta a little bit. One of my favorite lines here is in the middle where another character is like, being weak is nothing to be ashamed of. Staying weak is! And he's talking to Noelle because she can't control her magic or something. And yeah, that's what happens! She becomes fucking OP. Look at her with this fucking dragon at the left, which is one of her main attacks, one of her most powerful attacks. She summons a gigantic fucking water dragon, which has the power to rip people's entire bodies to shreds. I will explain that later. And on the right, you can see her fighting one of the biggest antagonists in the series, Vanica. And I would argue it's my favorite fight in the entire series. For a lot of reasons. But once we get to Vanica's section, I will talk about that. She constantly gets upgrades. As you can see, she's wearing like this water armor, and that becomes relevant later. It's something that her mom also used with her silver magic stuff, where she puts it around herself, and it gives her a lot of mobility and power. She also has like a huge defensive force field that protects everyone. She has a lot of good magic. Like, she has a lot of stuff she can do. And seeing how developed she is really makes you think, wow, if only other shonen anime did this, then maybe a woman would be first place in the popularity polls more often. Alright. Unfortunately, we're getting to the problematic section, and there's a reason why, gosh, I'm talking about Gosh so early on. Gosh is, at the beginning, he is just a guy who like, when you meet him, he's holding up a picture of his sister, and he has a mirror that shows where his sister is at all time, and his sister is like 6 years old or some shit. You can see her right here. And he has a nosebleed when looking at her. And whenever he talks about anything, he's always like, my sister is so beautiful, but you can't have her. You can't date her. I love my sister so much. I only do anything for my sister. I don't care about you. I only care about my sister. And that's like that's all he talks about for like the very beginning arc. For like the very beginning of this series. Do I say more about this? But later he like completely forgets about this. He forms friendships with the other people in the Black Bulls, like Asta, for example, and Noelle. And he's actually really strong. He can like summon a clone of himself and uses mirrors to fucking shoot at everyone. And those mirror beams are fucking powerful, man. But and then he's like, okay, I'll protect you because you're my guildmate, or whatever, to a lot of the other characters. And he stops talking about Marie so much. She still comes up quite a few times, and he does quite a few things for her, but he's a lot less like, Marie is the only thing I care about. And he stops nosebleeding as much. All you needed to do... See, I will praise Black Clover for improving on a lot of tropes. I already mentioned how it improved on the main female character who does nothing, and actually making her interesting, strong, make her matter to the plot. And it also made the rivalry better. It subverted that a little bit by having the rival actually be friends with the main character, and they help each other, and they believe in each other. All you needed to do the same with this guy, don't give him the nosebleed. Don't make him say comments like, you can't date her, you can't marry her, randomly. Just make him a normal, really overprotective big brother, and have no one else ever take it in a romantic sense. That's all you needed to do. Just have people be like, I think she's a little bit too overprotective. And have them say that often. And there, you fixed it. He still has his quirk, where he likes his sister, where he cares, he's too overprotective of his sister. I think that's fine. Don't have no romantic implications whatsoever. And it's also a subversion, which is similar to the good things about this anime, this manga, that I talked about before. It's all you needed to do. And then later, just have everything else play out normally, where he's like, he learns to care about people other than his sister. There, you fix his character. I don't have a problem with him at all. Anyway. In anime, there will be a lot of age gaps and perverts. And as far as I can tell, the only one that appears is this old man who is relevant for like one arc. Where they have like an underwater tournament, and he doesn't even show, he's not even on screen for that long. He's like, okay, let's do this tournament, and then he just watches the tournament and doesn't do much else. But when he sees the women, he's like, hey, you're pretty, or some shit like that. As you can see, Noelle is punching him, which is deserved. This is how you should react to all perverts in all anime. It would be better if they just did not exist at all, though. Luckily, this guy is the only one who exists in the series, I'm pretty sure. I might be forgetting some, but it's not present enough for me to remember it, which means that it's way better than most other anime. Even though it should be gone forever. Actually, we're going to be talking about Finral later, and he is a good example of the womanizer character being done well, I think. Which I will explain when we get to his section. But anyway. God! This makes me die every single time I look at this. Why? Why did this need to happen? So on the left, we see Mimosa, Asta's second love interest, just randomly falling on him in a compromising position. And the thing is, neither of them say anything about this. Like, they don't react after this. Asta isn't, like, pervy about it, which is another reason why I feel like he's not actually fucking sexually attracted to women. But anyway, He might not be. Who knows? And on the right, we can see Captain Yami, who is another character, like, I'm gonna make you peep on the girls in the bath. And then the other characters are like, no, we're not gonna do that. Asa's not interested because he's apparently only cares about Sister Lily, which, let's be real, he's just not interested in general. And then he says, ever since he was a kid, he's only ever been with guys, which is not the problem here, Asta. It would not even be the motivation. That has nothing to do with anything. So Asta's completely missing the point. Also, I really love whenever Asta gets these fucking sparkly eyes. I think it's real cute. And then another character is even like, actually, I don't think this is a good idea. And they don't actually show this in the manga. I don't remember if the anime shows it. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, because fuck you. To the audience, obviously. Not to you guys, who are listening to this right now. So they don't actually show it. They might actually do it, but they don't actually show it, which I am happy for. So there's not nearly as much fan service as you would get in other anime-like shit, where they would actually show the men all peeping on the girls and being super enthusiastic about it, even if they're not the type of character to do it. Which, like Yuta was saying here, like, sometimes it just doesn't make sense for the characters who are peeping in on the girls to be doing that. And it's like, what the F? But why did the scene even need to exist with the Mimosa falling on Asta? It didn't do anything. They don't even react to it. Like, why? Anyway. Yeah, we're getting to the character section. Yay, my babies, my favorites. These are the Black Bulls. So, the way this world works is that the magic people they're like separated into like magic guilds. I don't remember exactly what they're called, but magic knights factions or something. The Black Bulls are led by Yami, the guy in the middle, who's really buff and has the sword. And he basically just picks up anyone he finds interesting, which I really like about him. Or anyone who's like outcasted. And all of these guys are very unique and outcasted for one reason or another, and they become such close friends. I'm gonna compare this to Fairy Tail for a second, because Fairy Tail is the same, it has the power of friendship, and it has a guild that everyone's part of, but there's not really a sense of purpose or like anything connecting the Fairy Tail guild members together other than they joined the guild. The Black Bulls were all chosen because they were outcasts, which automatically makes them at least have something in common other than the fact that they joined the guild. And in Fairy Tail, there are a lot of characters who don't have backstories, or like aren't important at all, or have like really weak magic power, and they're just kind of there. But the Black Bulls all have at least some sort of backstory, some sort of reason to be there, and some sort of unique magical power. And they also have relationships with the other Black Bulls, which is something that Fairy Tail does not always have. Like, not everyone in Fairy Tail are like besties or have important backstories, or there's a lot of filler characters in the guild, but the Black Bulls feel like they're a lot more cohesive. There are less of them. And they're easier to keep track of. So this is Yami. A lot of people like Yami. If you remember, back when I showed the fanfiction pairings, he and the main woman that he shipped with was like one of the top options. Yami's just cool, honestly. His backstory is like, he came from a foreign land and got to like the Clover Kingdom, which is where this series takes place. And he's like, and then the Wizard King comes up to him and is like, you're kind of strong, and you have interesting magic. You want to help us? And he's like, sure, I guess. I don't remember it exactly. His backstory is actually a lot more there's more to his backstory, but I'm gonna get to that when we get to characters later down the line. So, for now, he's just really cool and really strong. He has dark magic. And he, as you can see by the cool, badass aura that he has in these images, and he teaches Asta the power of, like, ki, which I'll explain more later, but basically, it's like martial arts. It's like in Dragon Ball, where you're, like, able to sense where the other person is, and you're able to dodge them. And you can, like, predict where they're going to be, which is really helpful since his fighting style is mostly on physical. Is basically mostly based on physical. Physically getting close to the opponent and knocking them out. I honestly don't have much to say about Yami, because he's a mostly developed character, honestly. He's really strong, badass, as a Magic Knight's captain, who are the strongest of the Magic Knight. They all lead, the Magic Knight captains all lead a Magic Knight squad. His is the Black Bulls, and he lets all of them in because either he finds them really interesting, he feels bad for them, or like they're an outcast, or he just feels like it, which is, I think he's just chill like that. He's just cool like that. And he cares a lot about them a lot. One of his big quotes is, surpass your limits right here, right now. And then he will randomly get a power up, which is a little bit corny, but, you know, I think it's cool. He's just really easy to like, and he doesn't do much that's annoying. There's this recurring bit about him, like, taking a dump a lot, which could be annoying. But honestly, I've seen a lot worse from other characters with the exact same quirk, so, so, whatever. And he basically lets the Black Bulls do whatever the fuck they want unless he needs them for something. So he's just very chill like that. Here's Luck. I forgot what I put in here. Luck is interesting. He's one of the first guys we get to learn about in the Black Bulls. As you can see by these pictures, he is adorable and also really fucking scary. He loves fighting people and wants to constantly fight stronger people. He has, like, lightning magic, and he will tear you fucking apart if you let him. And he always goes to, like, the strongest guys so he can fight them with his magic powers, and, like, he is a close-range combat fighter with just a lot of power. But he also has a lot of affinity for, like, battle strategy and shit like that, just in the moment. Multiple times, the Black Bulls show that they really care about him, and I find that really sweet. He's, like, taken from the clutches of evil a lot of times. And it's really nice because his backstory is basically him, like, his mom, like, his backstory is a little bit weird because his mom abused him, but he still loves his mom a lot. And that's never really deconstructed. Like, he never stops loving his mom, even though she clearly abused him. He just decides that he loves the Black... His mom is dead at this point, so he just decides that now he loves the Black Bulls. And that's his family, that's who he has now, so he cares about them, and he's gonna focus on them. But he still cares about his mom, even though she wasn't really a good person. So that's interesting. I think it's a very interesting backstory for him. Yeah, he's just cute. Y'all should him in Magna. Anyway, Magna's next. So, him and Magna are like, Magna's much weaker than he is. This is like canon. But he likes fighting Magna because Magna always tries his hardest and is like, he's a hothead who likes fighting. So, they always fight each other, even though Luck has a lot more natural energy, a lot more natural power. Magna is explicitly mentioned to be a peasant, which means that he has low magical power, and it's shown throughout the series that he's not quite as OP as the other Black Bulls. But he loves Luck loves fighting Magna a lot, and is always messing with him, and they're always going on, like, little excursions together. We love besties that are totally platonic. not gonna lie, I don't really have a strong opinion on Luck and Magna as a couple. Take it or leave it. They can be friends. They can be a couple, whatever. But I find telling that neither of them have a love interest. And when there's like a page in the manga that are like, who's your ideal type? And then Luck is like, someone I can fight. And Magna's like, someone I can hang out with. And I'm like, that means you're compatible. That means you are compatible. So Magna's like, he doesn't really seem that important, especially at the beginning part, because he's not really strong enough to be important. But like halfway through the series, he like disappears, and they're like, he's training, and we're like, what the fuck? How the fuck could Magna be training to be important? Because he hasn't fought any of the powerful people up to this point. I will get more into this when we get to the villain in question, but Magna defeats one of the main villains of the series, who was like one of the strongest people they fought against. And I'll talk about more when we get to this villain, but it works really well with the themes of the manga, because how he does this is that he gets a spell that takes a long time to complete, but basically evenly splits the amount of like magic power or like endurance between him and his opponent, so that they have to fight on equal ground. And because strong people usually don't have to work that hard, they're gonna pass out sooner than Magna can, because Magna always has to work really hard and persist in like his battles against Luck, for example, because Luck is naturally more powerful than him. So he wins on account of being able to take more hits, basically. And I think that's really cool, because it works with the themes of how, like, with like Asta, trying really hard and just being persistent does matter, even in a world where magical power can be innate and raw talent does have a lot of power. And I'll talk more about this in the magic section, but that's a flaw in a lot of other series, where a lot of the characters will just be fucking OP, and then all of the characters with less OP powers basically become useless as they fight stronger and stronger characters. So I'm really happy that they made him important in, like, the last stretch. Okay. This is Sora. And this guy is carried by his aura, character, and personality, and then he kind of disappears. He's the one who trains Magna and teaches him the spell that splits the magic power between him and his opponent to put them on an even field. But other than that, he doesn't really fight anyone strong. Like, he's kind of in the background, and the one time he actually fights is like in a friendly competition battle that doesn't really matter. Yeah, this friendly competition battle that doesn't really matter, where they get to choose who fights against the next enemy, and then he like never fights again. When it's like, listen, dude, you have a cool aura. Like, just look at this guy. But you don't really do much. He has a cool personality, though. I really like it, because he is also a peasant. That's why he gets around with Magna. And his father was like the first Magic Knight peasant who got to join, because on account of them naturally having more magic power, nobles are more likely to join the Magic Knights than peasants, because they can fight better, or whatever. And so peasants are really discriminated against. Zora's power is like to make traps that basically counter or reflect his enemy's power back at them, which is a good way to be able to put him on the same level as a lot of other characters. Unfortunately, that doesn't really do much, but his philosophy is basically that royals are fucking evil, bro. A lot of royals are fucking evil, and everyone can improve in some way. And he constantly is telling other people how they can improve and what they did wrong. And there's a really sweet scene where he starts criticizing everyone at the end of the battle, and then he criticizes himself for not believing in his friends more. And I really like that scene. Yeah, it's always cool. This is Vanessa. As you can see by my bullet points, she has a fire backstory, a fire personality in that says OP backstory, but it's OP powers. OP powers, and she's also hot. If you didn't notice, listen, I can only tell if women are attractive based on aesthetics, but Vanessa got those aesthetics, girl. Love her to bits. So basically, Vanessa is a witch, as you can tell by her hat, and she comes from like the witch clan, which is apparently an entirely separate thing from just the regular magic users in the Clover Kingdom. So she's the daughter of like the witch queen, and the witch queen got a prophecy that like Vanessa will get the power to control fate or whatever. And then the witch queen is like, oh, okay, I'll trap her in a cage so I can use that power later. And then Yami, the captain, comes in and just basically like, he randomly appears, we don't know why he's there, he breaks open the wall and he's like, girl, why are you in a cage? You want to leave? And then she's like, I don't know, I'm supposed to stay here. And he's like, you can just decide if you want to leave, girl, but I kind of have to go. They're trying to kill me. So then he leaves and she follows after him, and then she joins his troop. He joins his squad, and it's real cute. Her regular magic is like thread magic, where she can basically like control. She can like yank people. It's really good with Asta because she can like move him in unusual ways to have him dodge attacks. But then during the witch arc, she gets a really OP power where you see a cat on her hat in the right photo. She gets the power to manipulate fate so that if they were to die, if she or anyone she cares about will die, they just don't die. It switches to a fate where no one died and everything's fine. And that's just like, yeah, that's really powerful. How the fuck are you even gonna beat that in the future? Don't worry, they find a way. So then there's this really cool scene where they're fighting the Witch Queen because, of course, the Witch Queen wants that power for herself and tries to get her back. And then she keeps on trying to kill everyone, and then she does it, but then the cat is just like, nope! And the cat just like, it's really cute. The cat touches whoever just got killed, and then it just like rewinds time a little bit, and then they're not dead. And I really love that. Dress Ex Machina for the win. How do you even fucking win against this girl? She's also real sweet. She, you can tell that she really embraced her freedom after she left because she, like, drinks a lot and, likes going shopping and, she probably likes going to parties, let's be honest. And she's really friendly towards the other Black Bulls. So yeah, she's cool. Oh my god, this is Finro. So I mentioned earlier that there's a womanizer character done right. This is him. So I really like this dude's backstory. He's the older brother of a group of two brothers who use spatial magic, which means you can basically teleport anywhere, or you can just like phase things out of existence. You can blow holes into a building, or you can blow holes in people. Kind of OP, if you ask me. Also, his birthday is apparently February 6th, which is 2 days after my birthday, Aquarius King's Rise. And he is the older brother, so he was supposed to be, like, the heir. But his younger brother, Langris, is, like, way stronger than him. And Langris is really ruthless. He's really rude. to people, and he's like, I'm better than you. I will always be better than you, Finrel. But Finrel is like really kind to people and really sociable. So people like Finrel more because he's nice to people. He's kind to people, even if he's like weaker in terms of his magic. Finrel is so kind that he feels bad for Langus because people don't like him. Even though Langus is like, I'm so much better than you, Finrel, I'm more powerful, and you are nothing, I am good the air, and you are not. To the point where there is a battle between Finrel and Langus where Langus like almost fucking kills him. It's real bad. There's this super epic scene where Langus is about to kill Finrel by like putting a bunch of things, and then all the Black Bulls show up at once and they're like, fuck you, we'll kill you first if you try to kill him. And that's the kind of power friendship shit that I love. And it's sweet because everyone does care about him, and Asta respects him a lot in particular. Even though for the most part, he just teleports people places instead of like being an offensive mage. And he's not really that flashy. Well, he's flashy in terms of his appearance. He's not flashy in terms of him killing everyone, which is what his brother does. We'll talk about more about him when we get to his section. But the thing is, he likes girls a lot, and he's very open about that. He's constantly sipping. But it's not like, I'm gonna force you to hang out with me, I'm gonna force you to love me, or I'm gonna bug you so much. It's more like he's naturally really kind, but also naturally like, wow, that girl is really attractive. It can be overbearing a lot, and he should probably stop doing that so openly. It's like, but also, he's not nearly as bad as womanizer characters in other series where they will straight up like sexually harass you. And people like Finrel. There's something really interesting here where Langus has a fiance that likes Finrel more because he's more kind, but she tries to be nice to Langus because she's supposed to marry him because he's the heir and not Finrel. But it's very obvious that she likes Finrel more and Finrel likes her more. Like, Langus does not like her, but he gets angry that she likes Finrel more because what the fuck you like him more than me just because he's a good person. It's as if some women don't care about having a strong man; they want a kind man. Wow, what an amazing what an amazing point of view. No one could have ever thought that. So yeah, Finrel is quite well developed. I like him a lot. Oh my gosh, Notched. Knocked. I kind of fuck with his philosophy. Look at the guy here. A logical evil, they're the type I hate the most. Even if God and the devils forgive them, I never will. He likes Asta because Asta's always been good, and I am the same way. There's so much, in the real life, there's so much evil, and so many people will be like, you need to be better than them, forgive and forget. And I'm like, listen, bro, some people are just mistaken. Some people can be brought to the light. Some people do deserve forgiveness. Some people deserve punishment. Some people do not deserve to be forgiven. Now, the nuance between who deserves forgiveness and who doesn't, it varies on a case by basis, and you should not be too hasty. But also, if the evidence shows that they're a super evil person who only hurts a bunch of people around them, maybe we should be allowed to do something about it. I'm just saying. So yeah, I fuck with Notch's personality. I'm probably a bit more forgiving than he is. I was never like the super rebellious type like he was, because he was like a super rebel and like dark and brooding and shit in the past. Like, I was introverted and perhaps not talkative or like intimidating to people at some point, but I was never mean or like I never like went against the grain, you know. But he did, and his brother was like super friendly guy who just is friends with everyone. He likes everyone. Everyone likes him, and he encourages everyone. And in the modern day, I act a little bit more like his brother. I don't know if anyone could be as nice as some of these anime characters are, like Asta or his brother. He's later. God, I forgot his name. I'm sorry, other brother. I remember your name when we get to you. Uh, but yeah, I love Notch. Also, he has devil magic, and he basically appears at like the very end of this fucking series, where it's like I was the vice captain the whole time. I was just doing my own thing because, like we've established, Yami lets everyone kind of do what they want. And he doesn't like the other Black Bulls at first because they're like he's like you all are sinners, even though he's a sinner himself in some way, or like you go against society too much. You are bad at some point or whatever. Even then, he's like, well, I was bad too, honestly. So I'm just kind of not a hypocrite because he also doesn't really like himself, but like more like conflicted, you know. And then he doesn't really make he doesn't it doesn't okay. The story doesn't have time to make him be friends with any of the other Black Bulls other than Asta, but also he's a devil user. He like trains devils. That's his power, basically. He also has shadow power, but like um so he's like the perfect guy to train Asta, basically. Now I'm gonna have a section for minor characters in the Black Bulls, just because I don't have much to say about them. So we'll see how long it takes for me to get through these guys. This is Charmy. Apparently she's half dwarf. So like, look at her at the left and look at her at the right. She's a whole play on the wolf in sheep's clothing thing where she has sheep magic when she's in this leftmost form, and what she does is she has like food magic where by using food she can replenish people's magical energy. I don't know where the fuck she gets the food from. It's like she has an infinite fucking supply. So she's basically like, we can replenish your mana forever. Here, superfood. And it's not like she only keeps it for herself, like a lot of other gluttons in anime, which annoys me the heck out of me. She wants to share her food with everyone. She's like, eat up, have as much food as possible, to the point where some people are like, no, I don't want to eat anymore. But, she is also protective of the food that is hers. And she doesn't really do much offensively until she turns into the rightmost form. She can also summon a huge ass sheep that like punches you in the face, which is kind of funny. But in the rightmost form, when she gets like beat up or something, she turns into this girl. I don't know how the transformation works, but it's badass. And then she has like a huge wolf that can eat other people's magic and add it to her own. And I'm like, how the fuck do you even beat that? And apparently she can do this because she's half dwarf. Is this explained? Do we get to learn about her parents? No. We don't know who her parents are. Do we know more about the dwarves? No. There's like a whole other species called the elves that we learn a lot about, but do we learn about the dwarves? Are they as powerful? Where did they go? Are they still here? No, we don't know. We don't know anything about the dwarves. I feel like this was a lost opportunity that maybe they were planning on doing something with it and didn't have time. That's what it feels like to me. It's just kind of funny because she seems like she'll come out of fucking nowhere, and she has like minor roles a bunch of times in a bunch of different plot lines. Like if we need a girl to like revive everyone with magic, she's there. If we need a girl to randomly win a tough fight, she's there. She transforms. And she's super strong, but she never does anything that important. That is relegated to the other characters. She's more of a comic relief character, honestly. Also, she develops a huge crush on Yuno because she thinks he's hot, I think. I don't fucking know. But that's important for something that I mentioned later. Okay, this is Gray. She at first you don't see her like this. You see her as like this big dude, who's like silhouetted out kind of, because she has like transformation magic and is embarrassed about her appearance, even though just look at how cute she is, bro. I don't even know how she. I don't think. Do we even know how she got into Black Bulls? I don't think we do. All we know is that she used to live with her family, who didn't like her because she looked different from them and made her do all the chores like fucking Cinderella. And then one day she developed magic that let her change her appearance to look like her sisters, but they just hated that even more, so they beat her up. And then she ran away, and then she was about to be like human trafficked by, I think that was what was happening, by like a group of bandits or something. And then Gosh shows up randomly because Marie, his little sister, was like, oh, please, help that woman, she's about to die. She was transformed at this point, by the way. So Gosh never found out that it was Gray that he was saving. And then Gosh is like, okay, I'll save her. And then he saves her. And then he's like, decide what you want to do, girl. I think you're trying to run away. You should decide whether you actually want to run away or not. And then she decides to run away and joins the Black Bulls, but never shows her true appearance to Gosh. And I don't think Gosh ever finds out that it was her. I'd like to think that, like, she told him off screen. They're also a shit, obviously. But anyway. Now, you may think transforming how you look, that's not very OP. It's later revealed that Gray's power is not transforming their appearance. Gray's power is to completely change the form of herself or anything she touches. She can't use the magic, the powers of anyone she transforms to. But if she touches a tree and wants it to become a rock, that shit becomes a rock. If she touches a tree and wants it to turn into lava, it becomes lava, and that lava can fucking destroy the entire forest. And this is even more OP, because if she touches a person who was injured, she can change the injured part of the body, and she can make it turn into the healthy version of that. She can, like, close wounds, recreate blood vessels, shit like that. She can heal fatal wounds. And it's like, wow, okay, you just became really fucking OP. Unfortunately, this means that she is also just used as a deus ex machina sometimes, and she just, like, appears when someone's dying, and then she's like, heal! She's in a few fights, but she never does any really big fights on her own, or, like, even as an assist. So it's like, I wish you had more to do, Gray. This is Henry. He lives in the... Okay, Henry's backstory is that he lives in the Black Bull's hideout, and since he was born, he's had a curse that is implied to have been given to him by a devil, where he just drains the energy, the magic of anyone who comes near him, which makes them very weak. This means that he can talk to Asta perfectly fine, because Asta doesn't have any magic. But the rest of the Black Bulls, he needs to drain magic from them to live. The problem is, they're so fucking OP that they don't even realize that their magic is being drained. That is basically the thing when they're in the hideout. And Yami was like, hey, I need a place to stay, like, can we stay here? And then Henry's like, I'm about to die, so, like, let me die first and then you can stay here. And then Yami's like, nah, you can use drain energy to live, right? Like, I'll just find a bunch of strong people and then you can live. And then Henry's like, what the fuck? And then Yami just leaves because he does whatever the fuck he wants. Henry the amount of stored energy he has can completely transform the Black Bull's hideout into, like, a gigantic mech that is a Black Bull that gets into, like, fucking mecha fights with gigantic enemies. Which is super cool. I like Henry. He speaks really slowly, which is, like, a quirk. It doesn't bother me that much. He doesn't speak that much anyway. so I'm not that bothered by it. But, like, where did his curse come from? And this is a problem that I have with a lot of things. Like, were the devils just like, fuck you, fuck your family one day and give him the curse? Because it never says, like, his family tricked a devil or, like, made contact with a devil and then got cursed. It's just like, well, my family got cursed. I got cursed when I was a baby or something because of a devil. Did the devil do it for a reason? Did they just pick someone random? Like, what are these? Is there any reason for this? And this is true with a bunch of other characters, too. But at least a couple of them, it at least comes from somewhere. But, sometimes it's like, why the fuck did you get cursed, bro? Anyway. This is Gordon. I feel real bad for him. I think he might be the weakest of the Black Bulls, which I feel really bad for him. Because he has, like, poison/curse magic. And he does fight. He participates in fights. But he's usually with the rest of the Black Bulls when he doesn't. And the biggest role he plays in the story is, like, he comes from, like, a family of curse magic users. And he goes back to them to, like, learn more about the devils. And this is really stupid. There's an arc in the story where Asta overuses his magic, and they say he'll never be able to use his arm again because it's, like, inflicted by devil magic or something. But instead of going to Gordon, whose family, instead of Gordon helping them, whose family is a master in devils and curse magic, they go to Vanessa, they follow Vanessa, who goes to the Witch Queen, who, because she's, like, old and wise or whatever, she knows about the devils. Which is a solution, but not the most obvious solution. And it is explained later by Gordon being like, well, I'm not in contact with my family. And they didn't know anything about this particular illness or something like that. This particular problem with your arm. But then it turns out that, like, when we go to visit Gordon's family, it turns out he left them because he thought they were doing evil, dangerous curse magic and killing people, when they were actually working on medicines to cure people from curses. So, like, the whole time they could have gone over to these guys and cured fucking poison curse shit. I think they do say something like, we couldn't have healed it at the time, or something, but I find that to be bullshit. I think they just didn't have his character established yet at that point, and they were like, you know what, let's do it now. Or they needed an excuse to go to the witch place, which makes sense. I feel like they could have done it a little bit more organically, though. So yeah, other than that, he doesn't actually do much. Like, his whole role is the important role he plays in the plot is bringing Asta to his family to learn more about devils. He doesn't actually do anything personally. And his fighting thing, he just, like, summons poison and it, like, attacks people, kinda. And it never beats, like, a major villain. It never does much, in terms of individual battles. He's usually just fighting with the other Black Bulls as, like, a side character. And it's kind of sad because his personality is, like, he's really quiet and he seems gloomy. And so he seems creepy to everyone, but he actually just wants to really make friends. And I feel bad because I feel like he never really becomes close to anyone. And I really would have liked to see an arc, or at least one really strong character interaction where he made friends with people. It's kind of funny because I think his closest friend is Gosh. Because Gosh is like, you need to speak up more. And Gosh is not bothered by much. So he isn't like as intimidated by Gordon as most of the other Black Bulls. And Gray, because Gray is shy. Honestly, I don't know much about Gordon and Gosh's Gordon and Gray's, their names all start with G, what the fuck? Friendship. But it's pretty cool, I guess. This is Stephanie! Stephanie is just cool. She exists. She starts off as a bird, and then it turns out that she's a human whose soul was trapped in a bird because she used forbidden magic. But it also kind of made her immortal, which is like, is that even a downside? Anyway, she shows up because she was apparently the Wizard King's like close friend / advisor. And then she sealed him into like the stone so he could revive a lot later to help when they needed to defeat like a big bad devil demon dude. So she has sealing magic, which is basically like she can open and close anything. And she thought it was really weak, but then the Wizard King was like, fuck, if you use that in the right way, we could do so many things. And it actually, I'll talk about this more in the magic section, but it's a way that she, like, seals magic into containers, and then, like, she can make magic items, which means that she seals magic into containers, and then releases that magic in any way. And that becomes very useful in the future because it basically creates a whole cornerstone of wizard society in this universe. And she can also like stop most magics by sealing them and then release them when it's needed. So that's pretty strong. She doesn't do much. Other than that, there are a few times when her sealing someone's magic is like the critical blow, but in those battles, it's mostly the other characters doing most of the work to get them like weak enough so that she can do that. And she doesn't like after her Bella backstory with the Wizard King, where she was like basically they were tricked by a devil that was manipulating everyone to think that the humans killed the elves. I'll talk about that whole plot point when we get to it. But after that, she doesn't really have much of a backstory. She's kind of just there to help. And she's cool. Yeah, that's just it. I'm counting this in the Black Bulls. So, Liebe is Asta's devil, who's in the Grimoire. And it's so sweet. I love these two so much. I wish I had something like this. Anyway, so the backstory is Liebe was a devil of like the lowest order who didn't have any like demon powers, but apparently he had a power that he didn't know about that was like anti-magic. So like when he was getting bullied particularly badly, someone just threw him, and then he phased through the demon realm, the devil realm, and got to the human realm. And then he just kind of chilled there, and then the humans started hating him because they could tell he was a devil, even though he was fucking weak as shit and couldn't do anything. But his hatred for the other devils resulted in anti-magic. And so he met this woman who was like, her power was kind of like Henry's, which I find kind of weird. I feel like there should be a connection there. Henry, Asta's secret siblings. Anyway, this girl ends up being Asta's mom, by the way. Because they're literally brothers. Technically stepbrothers, but I mean, look at them! They look almost the exact same. You can't tell me they're not meant to be real brothers. Anyway, so this girl, this woman, she has this magic where she basically drains out the magic of other people. So it fits well with Liebe, who also doesn't have magic other than anti-magic. I think he develops that later though, after stuff happens. And so she has a child, but she has to leave the child to not, like, because she doesn't want to kill him with her magic trading powers. But it turns out that, like, I don't know if this is, like, true or just a theory, but because Asta was in, like, she was pregnant with Asta, which meant that her magic trading powers were already working on him, and that's why he has no magic. Which ironically ended up being really good for him when he bonded with Liebe, who was the devil that she helped. When he and Liebe basically helped each other with his magic, anti-magic powers. Because what Liebe did was he got into this grimoire and infused it with his anti-magic powers, and then went to Asta because he had no magic powers and was really strong, so he could use a huge ass sword that could cut through magic and shit. I don't know if it was also something to do with the fact that he was her son, but I feel like Liebe probably did that. I think it just makes sense. And then later in the series, when Asta gets trained by Noct, the demon dude, the devil dude, he gets the power to he's supposed to, like, make the devil submit to him and take all of its power so he can just use it whenever he wants to. But instead, Asta's like, thank you so much for letting me use this power and letting me become a magic knight. And it's so sweet. He's so kind. And I love that he doesn't automatically discriminate because he's a devil. And it's like, thank you for all that you've done for me. And then you can kind of tell that Liebe isn't trying to hurt him during the fight, even though he's acting all tough. And so he makes, like, a friendship bond with him where they're like, we're gonna be equals and we're gonna share the power together. This does cause some complications when they're not really sure how it works, but eventually they are able to, like, completely synchronize and use the power together to its fullest extent, which results in the badass images that I showed you of Asta earlier. So yeah, I love these two. They're real sweet. And unfortunately, Asta's mom did die because one of the most evil demons or devils could tell that Liebe had gotten out and was like, how come you get to go to the human world and I can't? And then he, like, kills the mom, but the mom, like, saves Liebe by she, like, traps him in the grimoire or puts him somewhere or something. And then Liebe is like, I will have my revenge on the devils. And so, yeah, he pretends like he's using Asta to get his revenge on the devils, but they really do care about each other. And Asta's just so nice. Like, it's hard to not just be his friend. Okay. Oh, God. So what? Okay, so we have gotten past the Black Bulls now. And I've been talking for a while, so I am going to take a break, and then I am going to be back when I feel like doing the rest of this presentation. Alright, we've gotten back. We're back to the presentation. I've slept since the last time, so if I repeat anything that I said before, I am very sorry. So far the video was like an hour and a half long, and I was not expecting it to take that long, but honestly, I underestimate how long I spend. I know I said that this was like 80 slides long, and that was right, but also I don't think that really measures up in my mind until I actually start talking about this shit. But yeah, we're gonna do the second half now, I think, which is gonna be talking about the rest of the characters and some other stuff. So let's see how long that takes. I do have to do this now because I won't be able to access my computer for this weekend. So I guess we'll see. Also, I'll probably have this in like a comment or something, but Uh, my voice, my quality is not the best. I'm a very poor soul. If this ends up blowing up because the video essay peeps find it, which I would be very happy for. By the way, I'd be very happy about. I'm so sorry for the shit quality. I will improve the quality if these series like becomes popular. I don't think it will, but I have to apologize now beforehand because I know some shit's gonna happen if I don't prepare myself for it. Okay. So this is Veto. This guy is so fucking annoying. I hate this guy so much. And if I had only read the manga, this guy, I would not even be annoyed by this guy. So this guy is in the underwater temple arc where the old man, the pervert old man that I mentioned earlier, is like, you must beat this temple in order to get this magic stone that you guys really want because it does something, and it's something that the elves want to so they can reincarnate themselves. But anyway, so this dude. So they're doing like a tournament, and then this dude randomly crashes the tournament somehow. I don't know how the fuck he does it. And he teleports in and is like, I am super OP. I have like beast magic, and I don't fucking know. It makes me super strong or some shit. And and so everyone's like, no, we must stop fighting, and we must fight this guy instead. Because he's evil and he's gonna kill us and shit. And then every single combination of Black Bull that you can think of tries to beat this guy. Like Magna and Luck try to kill him. Two side characters, Kahono, Noelle's friend, and her brother try to beat him. And then Asta and Vanessa and Finral all work together to try to beat him, and Noelle tries to beat him, and and the final battle is like Yanni coming in and trying to kill him, and he succeeds at beating him. I think that's what happens. There might be more fights that I'm forgetting, honestly. So those fights all happen, right? And in the manga, this isn't so bad because you can read at your own pace. Like, it doesn't feel like you're spending 2 million years on these fights. But in the anime, I think there's an individual, I could be wrong, because I haven't watched in a long time, but I think there's like one episode for each fucking battle against this dude, and I just remember being so frustrated at seeing every single episode with another pair going up against this guy, and every single time it goes the same way. Like, oh my gosh, the characters got this super epic way to defeat the guy. Luck and Magna together, they're using ultimate combination technique attacks, and they're so strong in beating this guy. Oh no, the guy's too strong. He punched them at the same time or something and defeated them. What are we ever gonna do? He's too strong. Oh, but we have a new person coming up to try to kill him. It's the underwater temple duo who, I mean, let's just be honest, they're not the main characters. They're not gonna beat him. They're using the song and dance magic to defeat this guy, but he's so evil and strong, but oh my gosh, they're so powerful. Oh no, they didn't work. He's just too strong, and then he punched them both at the same time or something. Oh my gosh, next week I'm Asta! And then that just happens like 5 episodes in a row, and every single time I'm like, can you just die already? Please, can you just die already? I don't like seeing your face. You're not interesting. You're just on screen. You're just a tough dude who's really fucking annoying. He like screams despair a bunch, which no, Danganronpa has killed me. Anyway, as you can see, I put in the image of Frieza saying this planet will blow up in 5 minutes. Maybe it was because I was younger, but when I watched that fucking Frieza shit, I don't get as annoyed as I did at this guy during the Black Clover thing. Maybe it's because I see him defeat so many different combinations of characters. At least with Frieza, he's just fighting Goku the whole time, and it's just one elongated fight. With that though, it's like you just see the same thing happen over and over again with different people, and it's like, I know you're going to lose at some point to one of these combinations. Can we just hurry it up? You're not even interesting. At least Frieza is like tyrannical and evil in like in an interesting way. This guy is just like, beat me, I'm strong. Like, he doesn't have a personality. I'm sorry. His personality is evil. So maybe it's just the time in my life that I watched this. But this guy pissed me off a lot. By the way, this guy returns later. He gets revived because fuck you. That's why. He gets revived, and he fights this woman. This woman is very famous and infamous in the fandom and in universe because she is an OP queen. She acts as one of the Captain Knights, the Magic Knights captains, the Crimson Lions. She's a Magic Squad leader for the Crimson Lions for a little bit because her brother gets out of commission. We'll talk about him soon. She is just super fucking OP. Apparently, she was so OP that growing up, they just let her do, her family, her royal family just let her do whatever the fuck she wanted. And she like went out in the nature in wild and just like beat up a bunch of wild beasts and soaked up the natural energy of the world and became like super fucking resilient in every single situation. And has just like extreme fucking firepower. And she fights against this dude right after he is revived, and it's kind of like, I like it. It's very poetic and storytelling wise because he defeats like the entire Black Bull squad on his own, and she defeats like 5 elves on her own who were all really strong because well, I'll explain this when we get to their section, but basically, the elves reincarnate into human bodies and steal their magic for a bit. So she fights at least one captain and 4 other people at the same time, and she, like, is, like, on par with them. Which means that she is equal to Beto in terms of strength by being able to defeat so many people on her own at once. And then they both fight each other, and it turns out that they're, like, on the same level for a bit. I believe she does end up winning. She definitely doesn't lose. But I do think that's a really nice parallel, even if the fight against Beto fucking annoyed me the shit out of me when it happened. Maria Leona is very cool. We love OP queens in this household. She didn't want to be like a Magic Knights captain, even though she's way stronger than most characters in this series. She does so many cool things. And she's like, she is good at training people. She just doesn't want to. Like, as soon as she arrives and becomes a Magic Knight squad captain, she goes to her squad and gets them all pumped up and gets them to like a training retreat to a volcano where there's like a hot springs at top, and she's like, get through this volcano and it will train you. And because it's a natural magic region that I presume she has been to a lot of the time. And so they have to learn this new technique where they reinforce their skin with mana, and it helps protect them against like dangerous environments and stuff like that. And it's also really useful in regular combat. And she thinks about it too, because she brought along many good examples for the ascent up to the top. And then she brought her squad along so they could train and see how it was done. Because she brought along Yami, Black Bull's captain, and Charlotte, who was another captain, who has, like, grass attribute, basically. So she's weak to the fire attribute, yet she is still able, Charlotte, because she's a Magic Knights captain and really strong, is still able to get up to the top of the mountain because she is strong. She can use mana skin. She's already done all this stuff. And then Yami is just a good example in general. Maybe she thought, well, this will. Anyone who looks up to strong men will like this. I mean, look at that guy, he's buff as shit. And she also brings Asta, even though she tells him, I don't think you'll be able to do this because you can't use mana skin at all, but I brought you here anyway. And then she kind of talks to him, like, she's very reasonable about it. She's like, it's possible you're just not able to do this. You can give up if you want. In a very matter-of-fact way, but I think she knows that it's gonna motivate him, right, when she's saying it, and it does motivate him, because that's just who he is. And then he gets a new technique, like everyone else, where he can use, like, anti-magic skin, and use that to go through the volcano, and then she's like, yeah! And it's also a good, training session for Noelle, because Noelle still struggles with controlling her magic at this point, and mana skin requires intense concentration of mana. But she didn't want to do all that. She didn't want the hassle of being like a Magic Knight squad captain and having to look after a bunch of other people. She just wanted to go out in the wild and explore and have fun and shit. So that's why she didn't become the captain, and her brother became the captain instead. So yeah, she's really cool. She helps other people. She's really strong. And aggressive. She likes fighting a lot. And she's really good at cheering people on, which is, it's very similar to her brother, Fuego Leon. I'm probably not pronouncing this correctly. Fuegelian. That's definitely not, it sounds like Evangelion. I don't think that's how it's pronounced. Fuego Leon. Something like that. Anyway, this guy is so cool, and even the people in universe acknowledge that, and it makes sense because you can tell that he and Leona are siblings because look at this shit. He gets the elemental spirit of fire, which you can see on the right. It's like a huge dragon with immense magical firepower. And those spirits basically choose the people who they think believe have the aptitude to control them with who also have their attribute. At least that's how I think it works. That's how it seems to work to me. And this guy is a very good candidate because he has like really good morals. So while he's probably not as raw powerful as his sister, he's probably better at like rallying people up, which is surprising given that I just told you how good she is at it. He's always inspiring his comrades and telling them to reach higher. Earlier, I showed you that manga clip or that panel of him telling Noelle, being weak is nothing to be afraid of. Staying weak is, and he basically acts like that towards so many different characters in this series. Where it's like, wow, Fuegelian is so cool. He's Fuegolion, I don't know. He's a Magic Knights captain, and his firepower is immense, just not as immense as his sister, and he is more beloved for being like a leader and putting people together than his sister, even though his sister is also really good at it. And I really like that because it makes it obvious that they're siblings, but also unique and different in a particular way, and it also lends credence to how he is the Magic Knights captain and she is not. So it's very cool. He also has a really cool role in the story. Notably, there's this cool moment. Unfortunately, he is kind of used as the mentor character who like gets out of commission for a bit. He doesn't die, but like he shows up and he's like so inspiring to everyone when they're being attacked by like some terrorist or something. And then like he gets captured by the leader of the terrorist organization and he's like, what the fuck, it's you! What? Well, why does he seem to notice this person? And then he shows up again and his arm is cut off, which is why you see a fucking firearm in this image. Um, the badass disabled characters in anime media. Good representation, by the way. Even if sometimes I feel like sometimes these superpower worlds try to lean on the powers too much, because at that point the disability isn't really doing anything. Like, isn't really representation if you have like a fire hand that does everything a real hand does. Who knows? That's I have taken a class in disability studies and I've done a lot of research into it, so I can do a more in-depth interview in that one day. But anyway, it is still badass. It is still cool. I mean, I'm sure most people, if they had their entire arm missing and could use magic to make an arm out of arcane elemental power, I think they would probably do that. Just like on a practical level. Uh, but anyway, so he gets knocked out, and it turns out it's because he owns one of the gems that the elves want for reincarnation. Um, so they needed to target him, but they needed to be really precise about it because he's a captain, right? He's a Magic Knights captain, so they need to send their best dude after him while he was isolated, basically. And we'll get. So he's out of commission for a bit, and then immediately when he wakes up, the salamander, who is the fire spirit on the right here, is like, okay, I choose you because you're fucking epic. And that's only because his previous owner was recently defeated by like Asta and stuff. She is on in these slides too. Apologies. I am drinking water. That is the reminder to you all that you should drink water if you have not. And another thing, when growing up, Fuego Leon and Maria Leona were kind of rivals and always fighting to see who would be stronger. But Fuego Leon had to train more and was trained more by his like tutors and stuff because Maria Leona was just so good at everything. And there's just this really sweet scene where they're each fighting and they're thinking about each other and how strong they are and how they look up to each other. And it's really sweet. I need more sibling dynamics like that and not incest dynamics or like siblings who hate each other dynamics. Anyway. Okay, this guy. Now, my first thoughts when making this slide was like, do I have anything to say about this guy? I don't really like him. But after thinking about it, I do like him. I like him a lot. I would also like him a lot if he was a real person. I think the thing is, his character is meant to be low-key. This guy is supposed to be the captain of the strongest Magic Knight squad, which means that his squad gets the most stars or does the most good deeds or is known for being the strongest. Now, my first, as I say here on the right, my first instinct is to think that he's not important as he should be. But when you look at his actual character, I think he's written like extremely well. This dude wears a mask, as you can see what he actually looks like in the right side mask, on the right side image, because he was cursed by a devil that made his magic weaker, it's really funny, because, like, he is, like, so OP. He has, like, world tree magic, which basically makes this gigantic tree that makes everyone who's on it stronger and lets him, like, transfer energy everywhere, basically, and can also, like, freaking entrench, attack people all over the battlefield. And it's a really good metaphor because it's basically him protecting his entire squad. He's a support character. His magic is like life, beauty, to support the rest of his squad. He's constantly supporting the rest of his squad, and he's not just doing everything himself. And Vengeance loses a lot of the fights that he's in, because And several times it's because he's trying to defend his squad who are naturally weaker than him, and he's giving them energy and protecting them instead of focusing on fighting the main villain. And one time when during the Dark Triad arc with like 3 devils, they go to attack Vengeance because basically he and Yami are they have 2 types of magic that are meant to open up the underworld so that devils can attack Earth, can open the gate and attack Earth. Because if you combine world tree magic with dark magic, you're basically like, the way I see it is that you're basically infusing the darkness into the tree, into the world tree, to open the gate between worlds with the dark tree magic into the demon world or whatever. So they're important to capture, so they can do that. So Vengeance gets defeated because he is focusing too much on protecting his allies who are being attacked by the devil minions. And I think that is very much on purpose. And a lot of the times when he's on screen, he's not fighting individually, he's always fighting with his squad. And the thing is, God, there's so much to say about this dude. Okay, what did I... No, it's Mimosa next. So, like, God, there's so much to talk about this dude. So, like, Yami is suspicious of Vengeance because the leader of the Midnight Sun, who is, like, the terrorist group who leads the elves for the reincarnation, who has been attacking them, looks strangely like Vengeance, and notice how he has the mask on most of the time. So, like, the leader of the Midnight Sun does not have a mask, by the way. He's just like, he looks like kind of a normal dude, except his facial structure and body type looks a lot like Vengeance. And Yami is notably not a dumbass and is like, that's kind of weird, isn't it? So he asks Vengeance to take his mask off, and then he sees Vengeance's scar, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry I made you do that, dude, but it was necessary. And Vengeance is like, no, we're cool, bro. I like working alongside you, and it's really sweet, actually. And he's being honest in this. So, as everyone expects, the leader of the Midnight Sun, the elf dude, who is part of the terrorist group, is residing within Vengeance's body. I'll talk more about this when we get to his section, but basically, he has been part of his soul from the beginning, and they, like, talk to each other, and they can switch at any time, and when they switch, the devil magic only affects William, and not the literal elf soul in his body, which I find really funny and really weird. Like, again, with how the fuck do devils choose who they curse, and how does the curse work? I don't fucking know, bro. But so, we're gonna call him Patry. His name is Patry. He calls himself Lich, but he's actually Patry. You know, I'll explain when we get to his slide. But, so, he can switch with Patry, and when he switches with Patry, he gets a bunch of, like, marks on his face, and his scar disappears, and his hairstyle changes too. Which is why... But they have the same body. Which is why it's a little bit suspicious whenever they switch. And they're never on screen at the same time, because they are using the same body. But it's kind of really obvious, and I do like that the anime rightfully is like, doesn't act like it's a big secret, or like, something that no one would think of. Like, the characters are actually smart. They're like, isn't this kind of weird? I think we should investigate him a little bit. But it does end up being fine. Unfortunately, the whole time, Vengeance's downfall is that he cares about everyone too much. He can't take sides, which is always a very interesting character flaw to me, because people who are too kind do kind of fuck things up sometimes. Like, you know those people in real life who you're like, okay, you need to pick the better side here. You can't like both the person who wants to kill everyone and the person who who has been by your side since the beginning, bro. You have to choose one. You can't like both. And a lot of people will say that, but some people are just like that. They really can't choose a side. And it's like, it's a very human thing. Personally, I am not that person. I will choose my friends who are good people and stay by them. But in terms of character writing, it's very realistic. So he's friends with both the Wizard King, who is trying to protect all of his people, um, and the leader of the Midnight Sun, who wants to revive all the elves who are like his fallen comrades. But doing so requires the downfall of the Clover Kingdom. So what Vengeance does is he decides to let them fight it out. He's like, I'm sorry, I can't choose between the two of you, so fight it out, bros. He doesn't say it like that, but so he transforms and has one of the most epic battles in the entire series, where Patri, the leader of the Midnight Sun, who has light magic, one of the most OP magics in universe because it's fast as shit and super powerful, goes against the Wizard King. They're later, but who has time magic. We will talk about their battle when we get to their slides, when we get to Patri, but basically, it's the fact that they have to fight in the first place is all because Vengeance couldn't take a side. And you would think, right? Like, and you would think, wouldn't you want to side with humanity? You are a human. Why would you side with the guy in your head who has a bunch of guys he wants to bring back? You don't know those guys. But the thing is, I don't know if Vengeance can really tell the difference, because you know what? I will explain this later, but there's some really good plot building going on here, and I will actually explain this with remember, this is why I put Mimosa next. I'll explain this with Mimosa. We will cycle back to him, especially when we get the Patri slide, which I think is probably soon. I really hope I made it soon. No, that's Julius. Well, I guess we'll talk about him there then. But just so you know, this guy is actually written very well. He's a very low-key character. And everything about him fits with that vibe. It's just that because of that, you tend to like the more flashy characters more, who have struggled more. The thing with him and Yami is that Yami's group is strong because Yami picks all of the outcasts, and they form really strong bonds with each other naturally. And they're really OP because they are outcasts. Vengeance likes everyone and chooses people based on who he feels like are his family. And so they all love each other a lot in a pure-hearted kind of way, but that doesn't really lend to them being powerful outside of them being together, if that makes any sense. Like, as a group, they're extremely strong because they are like a family. And he gives them all power. They all support each other. But there's no reason for them as individuals to get stronger, while Yami kind of gets the best of both worlds. And Vengeance's group is much larger than Yami's group because of his all-encompassing warmth, or whatever. There's actually more to this, but I have to wait until Patri's section to get to that. Or Mimosa's section, actually. I'll be talking about it here. So Mimosa is in the Golden Dawn, which is Yuno's group, and Vengeance's group. So I love her personality to death. I don't remember if she is also this way in the anime. I hope she is. But she's basically like she looks super sweet, right? But she's also super blunt. While being sweet at the same time. And I relate to that a lot. Because I'm like kind of overly kind to everyone, but I'm also blunt a lot of the time. And a lot of the time people will be like, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I'm being genuine most of the time if I'm complimenting you. It's just really hard to tell. And I am sarcastic a lot as well. But it can make people think that you're looking down on them because you sound so blunt, and you are blunt a lot. But you also say kind things to people and you mean it. Like, it confuses people. And so I relate to her a lot on that aspect. She is a healing queen. She's very significant into the story and participates in several battles. She's paired up with Asta a lot. Like I mentioned earlier, Noelle is her and Noelle are the main love interests of Asta. They both like him a lot, mostly because Mimosa heals Asta a lot and is paired up with him within a lot of battles. So is Noelle on account of being her group. She doesn't really have a backstory other than that. Which is like, she's a little bit of a rich kid, I'm gonna be honest. Like, we don't learn that she went through any, like, really difficult struggles or anything. She was kind of outcasted because people were put off by her, but people still respect her, right? Too, which is kind of similar to my backstory, honestly, in real life. But like, well, she makes friends with Noelle, which is really nice. Because Noelle is like, I don't. She gets that Mimosa's actually being genuine, but that takes a little bit. I think that's what happens. She's kind of used as a Deus Ex Machina sometimes, where it's like, oh, I can heal anyone if they fucking are about to die or some shit like that. She also has this really cool magic spell where she can see the terrain of an area, and that's used a lot, and it's very useful for, like, when they enter a new place and they have to explore it, and to explain how they get through the place without being fucking lost. So, there's a big competition. Mimosa versus Noelle. Who should Asta choose? Noelle, the main girl character who is OP and everyone loves because she has a really compelling backstory, or Mimosa, who's just sweet and kind. While I love Mimosa's personality, I think he fits with Noelle more. This is because Noelle hangs out around Asta more. Even though Mimosa has a lot of good scenes with Asta because she heals him and is paired up with him for a lot of missions, Asta seems like the type who would choose a girl or like a romantic pairing based on how long he's been around them. He's very simplistic like that, right? He's like, oh, I like Noelle as a friend. I've been around her more. We've been through more tough fights together. So I think I'll go with her. Like, it's kind of like earlier I said that he was thinking Sister Lily must be the one he loves because he chose her when she was the only girl he knew. See, it's a very kind of straightforward thinking. It's kind of similar, where he's choosing not based on, like, love at first sight or whatever, because I don't even know if he experiences that, but instead based on who he's been with longer, which is fine. Like, as an ace person myself, I completely empathize with that kind of emotion, that kind of decision making, and as long as the girl, and it will, either way, a girl wins. So, sorry Mimosa, I love you and you're basically me, but you might be a little bit. I think Noelle takes this one, and I think most people ship him with Noelle. I mean, you saw in the AO3 tags, the fanfiction tags, that he is shipped mostly with Noelle. That's the most popular pairing. So, I think you're losing, Mimosa. I'm sorry, girl. Now, the reason why she's next on this screen is because she's part of Vangelis' group, the Golden Dawn. This scene in opening 7 is my favorite fucking scene in an opening because it doesn't make any sense if you just look at it on its own. It shows everyone in the Golden Dawn. This is their hideout, including Yuno, and it circles around and it shines a light on Mimosa, and she looks around in confusion before going to the next part of the song. And you don't think anything of that. It's like, that's kind of weird. What does that mean? Like, she's being singled out? Is she like the chosen one or something? She is the opposite of that. Because in the Golden Dawn, Vangelis chose all of the people who are eligible for getting elf souls put into their body and reincarnated as his family, as Patri, which is why his group is so strong, because they aren't all family from the elf era. with their other reincarnated selves if Patri takes over his body. Mimosa is there, kinda. If what I gathered is that Mimosa is there because he kind of wasn't able to say no when she wanted to join, because she's a royal from the Vermilion family, and the royals aren't elves on account of being like their bodies are basically attuned to certain elf souls, and I think these strongest royals in particular were not attuned to elf souls because their bloodlines are like too strong in the human sense. Um, I think that makes sense, which is why Noel's family and the Vermilion family, it's just all of these guys, don't count. They're not able to be the elf magic. But it would look really suspicious if Vengeance was like, no, Mimosa can't join my fucking team. Even though she's one, competent, two, a royal, and three, has really strong magic, and four, she seems super kind, and she is. She's nice to everyone, so she fits perfectly in the group of the Golden Dawn. So it would look really weird if he was just like, nah, I'm not gonna let her in. So he basically had to, in order to keep up his facade. Even though everyone else in the Golden Dawn are handpicked by him because they are suitable for having elf souls in them. Alright, we go to our literal King Julius. Oh god. This is a really cool plot scene, by the way. And these guys are all put together because they are very these guys are all combined together because they are part of a very cool, like, the whole elf arc is one of my favorite things, because when all of these people get possessed by elves, you get fights between the main characters and other characters organically, because it's another person inside their body now, and they can use their magic against each other. But I'll talk more about that when we get to Patri, who is later down, I think. But for now, this is Julius. He has the perfect personality for the Wizard King, which is basically like he's a super geek for all types of magic. Whenever he sees any type of magic that's like new or unfamiliar to him, he's like, "Oh my gosh, this is such a cool kind of magic. I wonder how you can use it. I want to learn so much about it." So he's like basically super autistic. Anyway, but and he also cares about the Clover Kingdom a lot. He cares about all of its citizens and does everything in his power to protect them. And his dream is to end discrimination between everyone and have all people be seen as equal. Because he likes all kinds of magic, not just like, even like, he is also very fascinated with Asta's anti-magic and stuff. He does not look down on people for having less magic power. He wants to unite them all, but he realizes that that's an uphill battle with all of the royals who have really strong magic and are already in the upper echelons. Because he's constantly doing things like twisting the status quo a little bit by being like, I'm gonna have these peasants do a good job on this and then congratulate them as the Wizard King publicly so that everyone has a better opinion of them. He does stuff like that a lot. He's very, very cool. And he's constantly like giving advice to people. He's clearly very wise, and he did choose all of the Magic Knights captains personally, which makes it hurt more that Vengeance, when switching to Patri, Vengeance switches to Patri, and Vengeance is like, I can't choose between you two, my two gay boyfriends. I mean, what? He didn't say that. So I must. So I'm gonna have you two fight each other. So he turns into Patri, and then Patri is like, I will kill you, Wizard King, and take over the Clover Kingdom because you killed all of my people. They didn't. Anyway, Julius. So, and then we have like one of the most fucking epic fight scenes ever. He has OP as fuck magic. I already said that Patri has light magic. because they're two different souls in a different body, they have different magic. Vengeance has World Tree magic. Patry has light magic. And Julius has time magic, which is an OP fucking magic where he can just like alter the time of anything that his magic touches. And the reason why light magic is the best counter to this is because it is so fast that sometimes he's not able to catch it with time magic. Which is really cool, especially from a scientific perspective, since we know that light moves at a speed that can sometimes warp time. And has a very specific speed. Except the battle against Patry is basically Julius aura farming because he like dodges all of his attacks perfectly and and stops all of his light magic attacks. If you watch the openings, it becomes a little bit clearer, but he kind of like destroys Patry in his fight. Until Patry is like, I have planned for this, and I assume he set this up a long time ago and spent a long time setting it up, but he does this super ultra mega attack, which is like a bunch of swords of light falling from the sky at once to attack everyone in the Clover Kingdom. And Julius puts up a barrier in mere seconds to protect against this attack, which takes an enormous amount of magic energy. And because he does that to defend against the attack, Patry is able to get a fatal blow on him, and then Julius is passing out or whatever. The plot twists for this guy are insane. So it looks like this guy is dead, right? And we think he is for like the rest of this devil arc with the elves and shit. Until we learn that he used time magic at the last possible moment and converted like half of his body's age to survive, using a magic item that Sekre made, the girl who can seal magic in items. So then he has the appearance of like a 15-year-old, and he can't really appear in public because no one would listen to a 15-year-old, basically. But he keeps all of his knowledge and shit. Or like a lot of his knowledge. But he lost a lot of his magic power in the process because he had to go back. He had to use a lot of it to survive. But you can just see how fucking OP he is based on that. So then he works behind the scenes. And there's another plot twist with him, which is really good later. So, like, you might think, like, this seems kind of like a bullshit asshole that he's alive. Because it would make sense for him to die here. But there is actually a reason for it, narratively, based on plot events that happen later, which we will get to when we get to another character. What character could that be? I think anyone who's watched Black Clover before knows. Alright, let's move on for now. This is Nozel Silva. He is the only one who uses, like, silver mercury. It's mercury magic. Mercury magic, like his mother, who died, and is Noel's older brother. And the thing is, right, Noel's other siblings, who will not be on this slideshow, I don't like them enough for that, are just assholes to her. They're like, oh, you can't control your magic, ha ha ha, and then she becomes strong and can control her magic, and they're like, oh, we're kind of weak. But this guy is a Magic Knights captain, and you kind of, like, your first impression of him might be bad, because he is also he's also kind of mean to Noelle, but he's mean to her because he doesn't want her on the front lines, he doesn't want her to get hurt, and he knows that she can't control her magic, so he's kind of a little bit harsh to her, even though I think that was the wrong choice. He was doing it out of thought for her, and it becomes clear that he was a lot more conflicted, because he knew that their mother was not. So they think that Noelle killed her mother because of childbirth, right? But that's not true. She actually died because she was cursed by a devil. Again, these devils just be trying to kill anyone. This one actually kind of makes sense because Noelle's mother is super strong, and she was fighting a devil who like really liked that she was super strong. But anyway, so she dies, and then they blame Noelle because she was like the last born. But Nozel knows that it was actually the devil that killed her. Literally, it was literally the devil who killed her. With like a long-lasting curse. So all this time he's conflicted because he sees how badly Noelle's been treating, but also wants to protect her. And you can kind of see this because he's always a lot more reasonable than the other two. Like, as a Magic Knights captain, he will criticize his siblings, the evil siblings, a lot. He'll be like, you aren't allowed to make fun of these people who weren't able to protect Frogelian when he is taken out by the leader of the Midnight Sun. And he has like a rivalry with Frugelian too. But when he's taken out, he gets like real pissed because he was also rivals with him. And they respected each other a lot. And he's like, and when his siblings are like, he got beaten by the Eye of the Midnight Sun, that guy's trash. He's like, don't you dare talk about him like that. You weren't even on the scene. We didn't even fight that dude. You don't know how you would have done. You probably would have been yanked. He doesn't say all that, but that's basically what he says. And honestly, it gave me a lot of respect. And when the Magic Knights, when the kingdom is in crisis, he is very good at allocating like people to certain locations. Especially, like, one thing that happens is that as they're coming back through the kingdom at one point, the elves are like attacking the entire kingdom, and then Asta and Yuno are like, "Oh no, that's our home village. It's being attacked. We have to help them." And Nozel is like, "We have to prioritize the capital, but you two can go alone, I guess, since it's your hometown. We can protect the capital." And it shows a lot. I think it shows a lot of his character because he clearly cares a lot about his family and thinks family is really important. So him and Noelle are going to save the capital where the royal family is. And he lets Austin, handle their hometown because it's important to them. And also, he knows that they're going to be able to handle it on their own. Let's be honest. They don't need to be there. They don't need to go all the way to the capital. They'll catch up. So it's moments like that which really highlight this guy for me. And he is a very good captain in general. Even though I think he gets less time than Frogrelian, just in general. Okay, we finally got to him. So this guy is pretending to be Licht. But Licht is actually the guy on the left, who is the leader of the elves. Patri is just one of the elves who kind of survived. Like, they used a magic spell at the last second to have him reincarnate in William von Jins's body. So Patri is on the right, Licht is on the left. The elf's plot twist was so good. So, like I said before, the Golden Dawn was basically just collecting the people who could be possessed by the elf souls the whole time. They needed the stones that people like Frogrelian had, and the Wizard King was holding one at one point. That's why he needed to take out the Wizard King as well. Because he needed to get the Wizard King stone, which is obviously going to be the most difficult one because he's OP as shit. And even fighting at his full power with all of its preparation, the only way Patri was able to win was by pulling out his trump card and literally trying to kill the entire kingdom. So Patri, he believes that the humans killed all of his people, and he wants to revenge on all of them. So he wants to kill them all and then take their bodies with the elves. And him having all of the elves possess the people, because they do end up getting all the stones and reviving all the elves at one point. it lets him basically revive everyone. But but what ends up being the case is Licht is on like the left here, and when he's first revived, like he couldn't really speak. He's like his reincarnation is like halted or something. He originally owned the swords that Asta has that are able to be infused with anti-magic and defeating everyone. So he's able to actually steal those back because they're rightfully his. But then he just kind of lets Asta have them. And during that scene, I was like, rereading it, it's a lot more clear, but since I already knew what was going to happen to some extent, because he just kind of like let Asta have the swords, and then it turns out that those swords are able to sever the elf souls from the bodies of the humans if used correctly. So Licht definitely did that on purpose. So he definitely wanted Asta to take the elf souls back into heaven or whatever. And actually, they kind of appear later. But anyway, and it's like it is super cool. So what ends up happening is it turns out that the devil actually killed everyone. Wow, it was always the devil, guys. Not a devil we've met at all. It's not Asta's devil or anything. That would be a wild plot twist. It's just another devil who was like, I'm gonna trick all of the elves and kill all of them and make it look like the humans did it. Or it's more like, I'm gonna make them think that the humans betrayed them and then kill everyone and then summon the humans there. It's something like that. So they can take all the magic. It was something like that. But basically the devil was behind everything, literally. And then Tachi is just completely heartbroken because what happens is there's one last stone that needs to be put in another tablet, and he's convinced that will make the reincarnation of the elves final. But what it actually does is it revives the devil and lets him go to the human world and basically try to kill everyone. So Pachi is just he is just doing the wrong thing this whole fucking time. There's also this really cool scene where Licht fights both Asta and Yuno at the same time, and the fucking opening theme song of the first theme song of the anime plays, and it's so epic. And then Licht wins, and it's so funny. He's just so OP that he wins against both Asta and Yuno at the same time. And it's an epic scene. It really shows the power differentials behind some of these guys. Alright. Oh god, I'm already hit here. Okay. This is not the devil I was talking about, by the way. Actually, I don't really have the devil in this because I didn't care about him enough. Yeah, that devil is just, like, kind of boring. He appears and he's like, I have word magic. I can say words and then it happens. And it's like, what the fuck? That's such a fucking OP. But that is still bad against anti-magic. And dark magic can also beat him, which is because it's like the essence of the underworld or something, I think. So like Asta and Yami both like hit him at the same time or something and it defeats him. But like other than that, the devil's not very interesting other than being like, I tricked everyone and now I'm gonna kill you all. Yeah, okay. Great. Okay, we'll kill you, I guess. They do end up beating him, so that devil's not very important. Anyway, now to the other epic arc in this series, the Spade Kingdom arc. This is Dante. He's part of the Dark Triad, which is like a group of 3 humans who basically like got super OP devils inside themselves and have super strong magic powers as a result. This guy's kind of funny. He's a super douche and no one likes him because he shows up at the Black Pulse hideout and is like, I'm looking for Yami, because they want Yami and Vengeance to make their portal to the demon realm or whatever. and and this dude is like, aha, there's some hot women here. Vanessa's hot. I'm gonna fucking take her to be my woman because she also has fucking fate magic, and so she's gonna protect me from ever being killed. Which that's not how that works, dude. She's like, come on. But he has such overwhelming magic force that he's basically able to disable Vanessa's magic by like killing them so many times that her magic energy runs out. And then he like fatally injures Gosh. But then this is when Gray finds out her superpower that she can actually just fucking heal people back to life by rearranging their cells or whatever. So those are all cool instances of the battle. But this guy is kind of pathetic compared to the other two. Because the other two win their fights. This guy loses against Asta and Yami. So Asta and Yami appear, and then they just like hit him a bunch, and he's like, and they fight him a bunch, and then he just loses. Like, it is very intense. It's a very cool fight, right? They have to work together perfectly to hit this guy at the same time. But he still loses. And he loses, and he's about to be, like, dragged off. And then one of the other devil members who won appears and is like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? And then takes Yami. And obviously, they just beat one of these uber powerful guys. They can't beat a second one. So that's how Yami gets taken. So Yami won his fucking fight against this dude. He loses both of his fights, despite being one of the strongest villains, apparently, in this universe. So, which I find is kind of funny. Anyway, this is Xenon. This dude aura farms Yuno. He was the one who went to Yuno, who went to the Golden Dawn to capture Vengeance, and then Yuno comes back and so many people are like dying, and half of them die. They do die, and it's like really jarring, honestly. But that also kind of shows you how useless, like, not useless, I can't be that mean, how like the Golden Dawn isn't really that strong individually, because without Vengeance, like, they all died. Like, half of them died! And we don't even know most of them. They're not important characters or anything, and it's kind of a little bit empty that they could just kill half of them off and it didn't have much effect on the story. But it also shows just how evil this guy is and how strong this guy is. And he's able to capture Vengeance because Vengeance is protecting the rest of his allies and giving them power. And he uses the rest of his power as it's being taken away to infuse life force to the rest of his troops. And they need him alive, so they take him alive. And that's when Xenon says to him, you might be able to beat me if you are actually focusing on me at full power. Or something like that. I don't think he actually says you might be able to beat me, but he definitely says that you should be focusing on me instead of protecting everyone else. So dude beats up fucking Vengeance. And then he also beats up Yuno. Like, dude aura farms Yuno when Yuno comes back. Yuno beats, like, his minions, who are super strong. But then Xenon, like, fights him and, like, Yuno's wind power is not strong enough. Because Xenon uses, like, bones and shit. And spatial magic. And he loses. He gets knocked out and Xenon takes Vengeance. The V match against this dude is super good. I'm gonna wait until we get to another character for this. Is he next? No, his next is Monica. But the V match is super cool. It makes it even better that Xenon won the first time because the second time is so much more satisfying. Same with Vodka, who is Noelle's op. While Xenon was aura farming then Vodka is crazy farming Noelle because she's just fucking insane. She's like, I want to fight you. Oh my gosh, you're so strong. Apparently, she did the same thing with Noelle's mother, and she's the one who killed her, which already makes the stakes really high. And I think this is my personal favorite battle in the entire series. Which points to how Noelle is number one on the popularity polls, because she's the one fighting this girl. She killed her mom, and then she comes up, and, oh, I need to... Okay, Lola Petchka's next, so I'll get to talk about her soon. But this is my personal favorite in terms of, character stakes, drama, and battle intensity. She has, blood magic and curse magic, which, it fits really well against Noelle's water magic, because, water dilutes blood. But the curse magic was what killed her mother. And she's super fucking strong. The battles against her is epic. So, to give more context to this, I need to show you Lolopechka, who is the queen of the Heart Kingdom, which is separate from the Clover Kingdom. She has the magical spirit of water, and her character is basically that she's too kind. She's like Noelle was. She is so kind that she's unable to have any attack magic. But her love is so powerful that she can use it to literally keep the entire Heart Kingdom healthy with her fucking OP water magic all throughout the land. And infuses it with such powerful natural mana, and everyone else around her defends her, basically. Which is real sweet. And she becomes really good friends with Noelle, and they hatch a plan together to defeat Vodka. With Sekre, actually. And they come up with this really cool combination battle strategy, where they seal, because they know her already. They've already fought her. Because Vodka also gave Lolopechka a curse, which is going to kill her in a few years, which is basically the same as the curse that they gave her mother. And the thing is, this is the only devil thing that actually makes sense, because Lolopechka's OP. Obviously, they would want to, make her weaker and get off on that because, she likes beating up strong people. And that also makes sense as to why she targeted her mother. So basically, I don't remember it exactly, but she fought Noelle's mom and then killed someone, I think, in front of her. And then she got, kidnapped someone, and she got so mad and super strong. So, and Vodka was super into that because she's fucking crazy. So she does the same thing to Lolopechka. She wins her fight and captures Lolopechka and is like, come get me if you can, Noelle! Get strong like your mom so we can have an epic battle. And it's really cool, actually. Because it makes a lot of sense for her character and makes you hate her so fucking much. While also having to do with directly having to do with Noelle's backstory, it makes you want to root for her as well. This girl is fucking evil as shit. And all she wants to do is fight strong people, or whatever. And the first fight goes out so well, because they come up with this genius plan to, make her weaker in water, with water magic, while buffing Noelle's own magic with Lolopechka's stuff. And then, when Vodka gets too high into the power, they try to seal her forever with Sekre out of nowhere, the one who can seal magic. And so it overwhelms her and basically makes her implode. But she's so strong that she cuts through that shit and just beats Noelle anyway. And that's when she steals Lolopechka and then goes to the second battle. And it's the same thing with Xenon, where it's so much more satisfying to beat her the second time because she won the first time. That's some good shit right there. Although during her second battle, it's kind of funny because she goes against like Charlotte and Will, who are two characters we haven't discussed yet. Um, and they're like, "You're not even gonna get the satisfaction of a strong battle. We're gonna beat you now." And then she's like, "What the fuck?" And that's kind of funny. But she gets through that, obviously. Anyway, yeah, I talked about her. She's cool. She doesn't have much other than that, which is why I didn't really talk about her much. But I like Lona Pechka. This is Langris. Oh god, it's Finral's younger brother. I already told you a little bit about him. He's okay. I get the character. Honestly, I like his writing. I like his role that he plays in the story. In real life, I fucking hate this dude, bro. Because I grew up a kind of like separate to him. Because he's like the talented younger brother who like became super mean and jealous of the older brother that everyone loved, and I just can't relate to that. I have an older sister who I adore deeply, and she like I got better grades than her in like school and shit. Um, Honestly, I wish I'd been like her and not tried as hard, but I tried too hard, basically, and had like unbelievable amounts of like talent in school. So I just cannot fathom being a younger brother and being like, I hate my older brother, while also like being a gifted child or whatever. Like, I know this is an archetype that exists, but like, it just bothers me personally. Even though I really do like it from a writing perspective, he has a really good role in the story itself. Because like I said earlier, when going up against Finral, who like everyone likes because he's a good person, even though he's the powerful one and is rude to everyone, he gets super fucking mad and everyone likes him, which is a very human thing. But then he tries to kill him, and they say that like he was possessed for a little bit or something, and it's not really explained what the possession was, but I think it's implied that like the elves like put something on him, but that doesn't really make sense because the elves aren't really evil. They're just vengeful because they think the humans killed them. I guess it kind of makes sense if you're thinking you're killing a human who isn't your brother. But I think it was still technically him. So I don't really know how all that magic worked. But after that, he gets a lot more chill, and I end up liking him a lot more. Maybe he was always like that, and it was shown badly, or like or painted a bad light because when we meet him, he's a fucking asshole and kills everyone and is like, I'm just going to destroy everyone with my OP spatial magic. He also has spatial magic, by the way. And he is a good offensive spatial mage, which means he can literally just like look at something and be like, bye bye, and like teleport it somewhere else and then it's gone forever. And he pokes holes through a lot of people. He can just kill them fucking instantly. It's fucking OP as shit, bro. But yeah, the thing about him is doesn't really become important. He gets replaced by Yuno as the vice captain of the Golden Dawn pretty quickly. I mean, he did kind of betray all of his people and shit, but him and Yuno team up to defeat Xenon, and I like this. A lot of anime will try to be like, no, this character must be beaten one-on-one by the protagonist, and I don't like that. Something I really like about Black Clover is that a lot of the epic finale fights are done by multiple people. Oh, I forgot to talk about Dante. Okay, I need to circle back to Dante, apologies. But the final fight between these guys, Vonica is beaten by Noelle, and like Charlotte and Will are also there. I think Sekre's there too, and Lolo Petra is in the background. And they beat her, and it's a really epic fight. Like, I'll talk about their fights next, their final fights now that we've gotten here. The reason why Langus is here is because he and Yuno beat Xenon. In the second fight. And I really like that. I think more times we should have OP villains who would only be beaten by people teaming up against them instead of having a one-on-one fight against an individual person. More community battles, please. I like having friends and working together with them to beat unbeatable odds. I like that shit. Power of friendship all the way, MFR. And it's also, I feel like it's a more acceptable mode of the power of friendship than what appears a lot in these, in anime, where they'll be like, power of friendship, but it's actually just like, people cheering on in the background as one guy fights another guy. Like, listen, I love your support, I love your words, can you please fucking help me? You have magic powers. Use them. Assist me in this battle. It does not need to be one-on-one. So I personally like it a lot that they actually team up to beat this dude. Because, there's no shame in that. Like, it doesn't make you less for beating a really powerful dude by teaming up with friends. Like, they matter to you. And there's a reason they're on your side. Anyway, Xenon does use spatial magic, so to even the playing field, Langris uses his spatial magic to cancel out Xenon's spatial magic, while uses his ultimate powers to try to defeat him. And it's very satisfying when they win. Okay, now to go to the other two and their final battles. Dante! Do you want to guess who Dante loses to? I mentioned this earlier, so you might be able to guess. He loses to Magna. Do you remember who that is? It's the fucking peasant from way earlier. I'm gonna go all the way back to him. He loses to Magna. Magna using his OP spell of evening out their magic powers. Because this guy is one of the strongest. This devil dude is one of the strongest people in this series, or at least he's said to be, even though he loses both of his fights. And Magna beats him by being like, let's even out our magic power and see who lasts longer. And obviously the other dude has been sipping on his strong magic power for all of his life. So Magna obviously stays conscious for longer. And beats him. And honestly, I think he deserves that. Being beaten by a guy who was considered one of the weakest of the Black Bulls is great. And the reason why this is a co-op fight, because, along with another dude who shows up later, he also fights against Zora. But Zora doesn't really do anything. Zora's just the guy who taught him the magic spell, and Zora's just kind of there and is like, yeah, I'm here for support, I guess, for moral support. I kind of find it kind of funny that I say this right after I was talking about how they should actually participate in the fight. But although Zora is a very support character anyway, like, he needs to set up traps in order for them to actually work. And he did! He set up traps on, Magna. And so, the two of the peasants from the Black Bulls beat Dante, which I think is very good also in terms of theme, because it does show that hard work does matter, and you can use it to defeat one of the strongest people in the magic talent region or whatever. It is kind of pathetic he lost both of his fights though, and the second fight was literally him losing to a one-trick spell from peasants. But we love Magna. I love that he won. It's the best thing that could have ever happened. And Veronica's second fight is like, it is epic. I think that her first one was more epic just because it was so powerful. But what happens with Veronica is that her devil appears. Her devil appears and is like, by sacrificing 3 girls, I can like appear in the mortal realm or some shit. And then you need to kill her devil. And honestly, I don't even remember what fucking happens. It's a blur in my head. But it is a very long and a very cool fight where she fights against multiple people, including Noelle. And they eventually win against her. When they show up, I'll mention them. Alright. Now, why the fuck did I take so long to talk about Yuno? I saw a YouTube short recently that was like, everyone hates Yuno now, and I was like, really? But it kind of makes sense, honestly. Like, I love Yuno, right? I like Yuno. I like Yuno. I decide to like Yuno because he is a good guy. He protects his comrades. He protects the Clover Kingdom. He cares a lot about Asta. It's kind of hard to tell whether he cares about much else. And he's not the friendliest person. And people like to call him, like, super OP because he keeps on getting a bunch of talent power-ups. I think it makes sense for how the story works. Because Asta needs to get up all by himself. All by himself. With no magic. Although I will say, I don't think Asta gets by with his friends too. Like, Lieme is part of why he's so strong. He relies on his brother, and I think that's nice. I think it's good. I think it's good that they have to rely on each other to grow. It's a good lesson. Yuno kind of relies all by himself, honestly. He's just by himself and, like, OP randomly gets power-ups. And at first this doesn't make any sense. Because he's from the same peasant village as Asta, the orphanage. Then it turns out that he is the prince of the Spade Kingdom. And suddenly everything makes sense. Because royals are normally the ones who have all the magic power. Like Noelle. And it doesn't make sense why Yuno randomly gets a bunch of magic power-ups. But when you consider that he's actually a fucking prince, everything starts to make sense. And let's just be honest, Yuno is a hard worker. He works hard to, like, grow up, or to, like, power up. And like I said earlier, if you have talent and you work hard, you can get on a whole other fucking level than people who don't have talent and work hard, or people who have talent but don't work hard, you know? This also happens with Frieza, which is kind of funny. But, and it's a cool thing to, like, show. I do think Yuno was carried a little bit, because, like, the Wind Spirit chooses him and he gets a super OP magical buff. And then he gets, like, he gets, like, Star Power, which is, like, a super OP buff. And it allows him to have magic that prevents time magic, which is, I mean, I wonder where that's going, guys. Anyway, he also gets the 4-leaf clover grimoire, which is like a really lucky grimoire that goes to the people with the most magic potential and gives you superpowers, basically. So this man is very privileged and beats up most of the people, like, on his own, or, like, is able to defeat people who should be way stronger than him and have worked way harder than him at this point. And it is annoying. Honestly, it's super fucking annoying. Meet a guy like this in real life, bro. I know people are annoyed at me because I got good grades in school all the time. Even if I theoretically am a good person, which I was. I mean, I don't think I ever pissed anyone off. People will like you less because you're good at something. There are things Yuno is bad at. He's bad at socializing. He doesn't like any girls. He doesn't like any guys either. He only likes Asta. Asta's the only guy he likes. I don't know if he has anything else going for him, to be honest. He wants to be the Wizard King. He's strong, and and he likes Asta a lot. This last bullet point, they try to convince me he cares about other people, and I am not convinced. Listen, I don't like being known as the talented, smart guy or whatever. You can probably tell a little bit that I'm a little bit obsessive and knowledgeable because of just how deep I'm fucking going on this presentation. But but I also have friends, and I like to just be friendly with them and have good, nice casual talks. I don't like flexing on them with how fucking smart I am or whatever. I like playing video games with them. I like ranting about fucking anime series and shit like that. Um, and with Yuno, I don't know if he has any other friends. They try to convince me that he cares about the Golden Dawn. They like devote an episode to him, I think, in the anime, where it's like, Yuno cares about the Golden Dawn, and I just don't fucking believe it. The closest person, I think, to him, other than Asta, is fucking Langris. Langris, the guy who doesn't like anyone. Honestly, I think that makes a little bit of sense, because Yuno is, like, very stoic, and is not very friendly, and so is Langris. Langris is the same. He's a prodigy. He is a prodigy royal who they actually have a lot in common. Who has supreme magical powers and is so strong, but his personality kind of puts people off. Yuno is beloved because he's like hot or whatever and strong, but people do kind of find him off-putting because he's both a peasant, quote unquote, even though he's really not, which is kind of funny, and he's OP, which kind of makes people bothered by him a lot, but they can't really say much because he is so OP, which is honestly also kind of how people treated me in school. It didn't help that back then I was not as friendly because there were a lot of things that had to do with it. I wanted to be friendly, but I wasn't, basically, because people kind of distanced themselves away from me, so I did the same back for a long time. But that is not a way to live. So it's kind of weird, that, sometimes you don't like the bad past part of yourselves, and I think fits into that category, as does Languis to some extent, even though I became a lot friendlier. I was not expecting to talk about personal shit in this review, to be honest. So I decided to I I really do love his friendship with Asta, but do I like him himself? He's good enough, I guess. I like most of the other characters a lot more. Alright, time for speed rounds. I literally looked up Black Clover characters on the wiki and put them in order if I had anything to say about them at all, so let's see how long it takes for me to say things about these characters. Actually, I'm gonna take another break. I will be right back. Okay, time for hopefully the last time I have to come back here. I took my break, I ate, and now it's time to do the speed rounds for the rest of the characters in this. I apologize if I didn't get to your favorite character. This is Lucius! He may look familiar. So remember when I was like, so he's acquired that he survives. Well, turns out that similar to Vengeance and Petri, Julius actually also had another soul inside of him. Lucius, who is another Spade Kingdom sibling with a devil inside him. And he has the Devil of Time, which is why he could use time magic and was the only one who could use time magic. The most OP magic in existence. And I do like this as a parallel to Vengeance. I find it funny that this means that if Patri had actually killed him, we would have never had to fight this dude, who is basically the big bad. He's the final boss battle, basically, of all the devils. So when I mentioned that conveniently gets the ability to stop time magic, it's to fight this dude. And the final fight against this dude is really fucking wild, because he can use the magic of all of the dead, at this point, devil users previously, and they have bone magic, blood magic, and spatial magic, so that he can make body magic. I think that's this dude. I forget a lot about fucking Dante's magic because he's so fucking pathetic. But so he can make bodies and reincarnate souls into them. So we end up fighting like characters that have already died, which I will explain later. And he can make copies of himself. And I don't know why he just doesn't make a million copies of himself and become OP as shit. But maybe he has like limited magic or something. Who knows? So yeah, this guy just randomly is like, okay, I'm gonna come back out and I'm gonna come out to at the perfect moment in Julius's body, and it seems like he could have done that at any time. He just waited for some fucking reason, and then he's like, okay, now I'm going to kill everyone. In 12 days though, because I need to give you time to prepare before we die. You die, and then I'm going to replace everyone with I'm going to kill everyone and then replace them with bodies and angels and make them all think the same, so that there's no discrimination. And the whole "let's make everyone the same to remove discrimination" is overdone in a lot of media, but also I find it really funny, and I kind of love when it's done because, you know, it makes sense from a logical standpoint, from a moral standpoint, and an emotional standpoint. I think we mostly all understand why we wouldn't want that. Like, imagine a world in which everyone you talk to is just you. Like, some people might like that, but I also feel like it would be so boring, and you would never be able to experience anything different. And at some point, you might just be like, "Oh my gosh, this is literally just like if I was completely alone." Um, and I do really like the plot twist of another soul being in his body, and it gives a reason why Julius had to live other than Deus Ex Machina bullshit, because he was the evil villain all along or whatever. And it's funny because Lucius's idea of "let's make everyone the same to remove discrimination" kind of contradicts Julius's love of all the different people and the different magics in the Clover Kingdom and how they use it. Even though in Lucius's new world, everyone would probably still have their different magics because that's not something that he can change that easily. I still think that it's really losing the point of humanity. Like what is the point, man? He just wants to make everyone. He just wants to make everyone the same or whatever. But other than that, this guy like isn't very interesting, and this is a problem with the end of the series because the manga creator got burned out, and yeah, honestly, I would too. So the end of the series is kind of weaker than like the middle part, especially because, you know, it finds its footing like most manga does, and then it has a really good middle, which a lot of fiction does. A lot of fiction gets the best at the middle part because it's really hard to make a good beginning that hooks people and is also interesting when you also need to establish everything for setup later. Setup is less interesting and less satisfying to viewers than payoff, and payoff is always going to be interesting because it has stuff to build off of that you've already learned, and you can be like, oh my gosh. And you also care more about the characters at that point. An ending is hard to get right sometimes, but in a writing sense, you should be able to pull it off if you planned everything beforehand, and if you have the time to develop it. If you were forced to extend something or make an ending out of nowhere, that kind of gets removed because you have to try to make things continue on for longer than it makes sense to. Like, if you make a story with a beginning of an end, and then you're asked to extend the ending, you're like, but I meant for this to be the end. What am I gonna do now? You just have to come up with something on the fly, and not having as much time to prepare will usually make it worse. But anyway, The ending of Black Clover is less good than the middle part with the Dark Triad and the elves, I think. But I do really like it. You can clearly see that there was thought put into this ending, where the final boss battle is basically the Wizard King except evil and also the devil. I find it kind of funny that Yuno gets the power of like stars and wind, becomes Never Never Land, and that counters ultimate time magic. Um, Lucius says some interesting stuff, but I will get into that later. And when I talk about a certain type of magic in this world, other than that, this guy is like he kind of affirms a little bit, but not as much as some of the other characters. And he's kind of just like evil and obviously wrong. Like he fits fine for a villain. I wish we kind of had a little bit more time with him, but that's gonna be true with all of the people at the end. So it's fine, I guess. That maybe that guy should have been before the speed round because I had a lot to say about that dude. But anyway, this is Damnatio Akira. I don't like him very much. I'm pretty sure that was the point. Good job. Okay, moving on anyway. So, this guy is basically like, he's a good representation of how justice works in the real world and how it's really fucked up. Because, often, the scales will literally be tipped against you in the favor of either the majority or if you're part of the minority, the scales will be tipped in favor of the majority. Or if there's someone who's really rich or powerful, the scales will be purposefully tipped in their favor, even if it is unfair. And he's like, he does this whole judge thing where they plan to use Asta as like a scapegoat for when the devil controlled all of the elves and took over the Clover Kingdom for a bit. And he's like, Asta has a devil, so we can pretend that he did it, so that we have someone to blame and punish. And he tries to speak for himself at the trial, but it doesn't go well because the devil comes out and everyone hates him. And then the Black Bulls come and they're like, I don't give a shit if you want to blame Asta. We know that he didn't do shit. We care about him. And then the royals, the higher up royals, Frugelian and Nozel come and they're like, we are going to banish the Black Bulls for a bit and Asta and have them hunt the devils themselves to make up for their wrongdoings. And then the Moguls are like, I guess that makes sense. They won't be part of our nation anymore, and they'll have to do work. So I guess that's good. And it has a lot more weight because the nobles are saying it. But this guy in the trial itself is like, he's really just like, I don't really give a shit about individuals. I will tip the scales of justice in my favor. That's basically his magic. With overwhelming power. And in a lot of situations, that is what justice really is, or how it works in the real world, where it's not fair. It isn't, because in a perfect world, everyone should be judged equally, the rule of law and all that. Where even minorities should be given the same treatment as the majority. Everyone should be treated fairly and well and kindly, and be punished in the same way, but that's not really true. The scales can be tipped very easily by power, by number, by corruption, and judgment is ultimately, a lot of the time judgment is ultimately decided by the powerful. And the only way to defeat that is to fight it with more force or reasoning or some kind of force, some kind of power. And it's nice that, like, anti-magic could technically do something against this power, which is nice because, like, sometimes power is overwhelming and people are punished unfairly and you can't do anything about it. But I do like what that Black Clover encourages us to fight against that anyway. This guy actually doesn't have that much big of a role, but I just wanted to do that whole analysis of how justice works. Like, after the trial, like, this guy doesn't actually, like, do anything. Okay, this is real. Look at how fucking cute these fucking images are. I also find him cute, just in general, in the, series. This is a captain, by the way. He's like Asta's age or something. He was like kind of from a really noble family, but no one really understood him. So he just like made a bunch of art in his room by himself and started destroying everything because his art was too powerful. His creativity was too powerful. He could make any kind of magic, and he just kept on making shit because he wanted to and he wanted to be understood. And honestly, relatable. Many artists could probably relate. And honestly, if some artists' magic came from their creativity and their desire to be understood, we would be very powerful. So, so yeah. Will is very cool. One of my characters is low-key based on him. More like the sheltered life kind of thing, and his power being not controlled very well because he's been sheltered his whole life and people don't really understand him. But he has really strong magic. It's kind of funny because his magic shifts. In the beginning, it's like he can make whatever the fuck he wants, which makes him super fucking OP. He fights Yuno in the finals of the tournament that they use to see who's strong enough to fight the elves, basically. And Will, like, loses because he's too strong and destroys his own base, basically. Which is kind of really funny, and it kind of sucks for Yuno because he wins, but he knows that Will was more powerful than him in that instance because Will was the one who destroyed his own base. Yuno didn't get to do it. So it's kind of a hollow victory, and I kind of really like that because it inspires Yuno to get stronger regardless. And Will gets inspired by other people's magic and other people's powers, which is really nice for a character. He's really awkward, especially in interactions, because he was always trying to like lighten the mood or like get the right or like get along with other people, but he says things that kind of like are kind of insensitive. Like after after Fuego Leon Frogelion gets like captured and injured, he tries to cheer everyone up by doing an impression of him, and they get pissed. Which is the wrong thing to do. Do not do that. If someone in your life dies, do not try to make an impression of them to cheer everyone up. It will not work. But he really does just want friends. Very autistic coded, honestly. But he also, when he becomes an elf, which does happen, he fights Mario Leona and fucking loses. And then he also fights Charmy, and Charmy turns into her wolf form. If you forget, Charmy is fucking... We're gonna have to go all the way through this. He fights Charmy in this fucking wolf form. And then he's like, she saved me. She's a woman, the woman of my dreams. And I want to find her. And he doesn't realize that it's Charmy because her normal form looks so different. And then Asta's like, bro, that's Charmy. And he's like, what? No way. He does figure out that it's Charmy later. And they do get together, which is very sweet. I like that Charmy did not get rid of Yuno, the guy who obviously isn't interested in her. She literally says at the end, I think, of the manga, I like being chased after more, which is honestly relatable. Like, pick the guy who loves you and is actually chasing after you instead of the guy that you want and clearly doesn't care about you. That is my advice to everyone. However, I will say, even though it's obvious Yuno does not like her, sometimes in real life you cannot tell. So, be a little bit more careful than that. Make sure the guy you like doesn't actually like you first. Wise words from Lucan. Anyway, We all know that would not have said yes to Charmy. Anyway. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like him. Would I date him in real life? Maybe he might not have enough. He might not have enough anxiety for me. Anyway, what is with how good this art is of the Magic Knights captains? Anyway, this is another Magic Knight captain, squad captain. This is Dorothy. She has a lot of fan art for such a minor role. I mean, she is cute. Just look at her. So in the beginning of the series, she's just fucking asleep all the time, and everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're not even doing anything. And then... And this is never explained, by the way. Like, literally, they could have given a throwaway line after she wakes up that was like, she was charging her magic power because she used a lot at some point. And I would have believed that. But after she wakes up, she's like awake. Like, she doesn't sleep anymore. And it's like, why? Why was she asleep in the first place? It would have been so easy to make up some bullshit explanation from that. Everyone would have been satisfied. Anyway, so what happened is when everyone got possessed by the elves, she was one of the people who got possessed by the elves. So she woke up, and the first time we see her body speaking, it's the elf speaking. And then she fights the good guys with her dream magic, which is like some OP fucking magic where she puts you into her dreams and she can literally make anything in the dream. And it also makes you sleepy. Funnily enough, she does not fight that much, and whenever she does fight, she kind of like loses by default because someone else needs to win, but it doesn't really show how she loses, which is kind of based because how the fuck are you supposed to win against her? But it's fine because she's a side character, but she is really OP. I actually really like how the elf shit caused her to wake up, because after they defeat the elf in her body and she becomes her normal self again, she's just awake now, and she's really chipper and happy all the time. She doesn't have much backstory herself. Apparently she came from the same witch's realm that Vanessa came from, and the Witch Queen, but we don't get to learn what happened with her. I have a feeling that she was just super OP, so she left on her own, because she has super OP fucking magic. And then the Witch Queen uses a lot of her power and becomes super old because she has to do it to, like, save everyone. And so Dorothy's like, I'll be the new Witch Queen. And I'm like, sure, girl, live your truth. The witches are gonna be very different under her command, though, because, like, look at her vibe. They're gonna become all cute and shit, which, honestly, I'm all for. She's kind of a plot device more than a character, because after she wakes up, she basically just goes into the dreamland to tell Noelle everything about the devils and how they killed her mother and cursed her family, because if they say it in the real world, she'll get cursed, and that's why Noelle is not allowed to tell her. And that's basically all she does for the rest of the fucking series. But it's cool, we love her. She has a fire design. This is Leopold. I wasn't gonna put him in here at first, but then I looked at him and I was like, you're kinda cute, bro. I kinda like him. He might be a bit too intense for me. I don't know if I date him, but he's cute. He is unfortunately weaker than both of his siblings, Mario Leona and Frugalion. And that is a shame, but he's a lot younger than them, so it makes sense. And he tries really hard, and he wins. He has a couple of important fights, but they always seem like off to the side, and it kind of sucks because he's kind of less flashy because everyone else is a lot more flashy and special and OP. When he has flame magic, which so many other characters already have. He doesn't really have any special relationships with any other characters. He's weaker than most of the other characters. He has an arc, kind of, where he wants to be stronger, and he does get stronger, but it's very run-of-the-mill, and, like, he doesn't stand out as opposed to a lot of the other characters, so he's kind of just a filler character. He's attractive, though, so he gets a slide. This is Charlotte. I do love her. I like her a lot. She fulfills a lot of roles in the story. She is cursed, which is that's why her magic is she has blue roses as her magic and not red roses. Um, and she's still a Magic Knights captain, which shows you how fucking OP she is. That she's actively fighting against a curse. This is another example of why the fuck are the curses like. Why does she have the curse? I don't fucking. I think she actually does have a reason. But her family did something like got cursed by the devil because like the devil didn't like them or something. I don't remember. But she becomes a Magic Knights captain despite that because she's so super fucking powerful. And she has really good control of her magic despite it being weakened on account of her curse. Or because when the elf possesses her, since we've established that curses only affect one soul in the body, it becomes red, and the elf inside her can use the red roses that are more powerful and more controlled, which is really funny. And later, she gets like a buff where she gets to control her. She uses the curse as a strength and gets stronger, and also uses it to control the curse magic. And she fights. She is in the battle against. She's in the battle against freaking Vanica, and she's like, "I'm not even gonna let you use your magic. You're not even gonna get the fight you wanted." Of course, this does not end up working, but it's a good sentiment, I guess. Oh, I also forgot to mention, Will also fights against Vanica, and it's weird because his magic later literally just becomes support. Well, he makes like a landscape that boosts everyone's magic power by a lot, which is fine for him, honestly. He doesn't need that much time in the spotlight. Too many characters have a lot of time in the spotlight, so having him become a support character after his little arc of being really powerful, I'm fine with that. So he helps Charlotte and the rest of the guys by boosting their magic power during that fight. She is feminine and badass at the same time, which I really like. There are a lot of badass women in Black Clover. Charlotte is feminine too, which I really like. And she leads the Magic Knight squad that's like full of women, which is kind of funny. I wish I had like I had a speech from her about why that is. Because apparently she likes girls more than guys, or like, she's clearly not gay because she clearly really likes Yami. But, yeah, she has a huge crush on Yami, and I really like that because the crush doesn't define her. She has like a lot of strengths and scenes that don't have anything to do with Yami, like her family and taking care of and her fighting scenes do not all involve Yami, even though it is a big part of her as well. And that's true to life, really. Crushes don't define people, but they can be very important, and they do have a huge effect on your life when you are experiencing them. Unlike in many anime, where the girl will be reduced to when their crush is on screen, Hinata from Naruto. Anyway, so I do like that they were able to integrate that well, where she has a crush on Yami, and it's funny because like Yami can't tell that she likes him. All he knows is that he knows that she's nervous around him, and he thinks it's because she doesn't like him, which I think is the funniest shit ever. And he's like, it's so funny because she confesses to like her entire squad that like, I'm sorry, I like a man, I like Yami, and they're like, oh my god, girl, I kind of see it. Go get your man. Queen. And then it's revealed that even though they're not allowed to be in relationships with men or something in the group, that they all have secret relationships because, come on. That's what you're going to do if something like that happens. I mean, you remember Don't Say Gay in the military? Anyway, so then Yami shows up, and he's like, I have something to tell you about, Charlotte, to talk to you about, and it's really important. And then he's like, I know you really fucking hate my guts, but it's really important. And then all the girls are like, what the fuck? This guy is so dense. And then they go out for dinner, and she thinks he's gonna, like, confess to her or something, but then he just asks her about her curse, and then she tells him about it. And later, she, like, accidentally confesses to him, but he's unconscious, so he doesn't hear. And and she thinks he's gonna confront him about it, but he doesn't. And then Austin just randomly tells him, you know she confessed to you on the battlefield, right? And he's like, what? She's liked me all this time? I don't understand women. I thought she hated me. And then he, like, thinks about it and he's like, yeah, I like her. And then he's like, yeah, you want to go out? And then they go out. And it's a very yummy, honestly. And it's funny because earlier, this is how it works out with a lot of guys in real life too, with, like, nonchalant guys, or well, it's like he's like, I want a woman that I can drink with, I guess, when he's asked who he likes. And then Charlotte and Vanessa, who, if you remember, drinks a lot, she battles Charlotte in, like, a drinking competition because she knows Charlotte likes him or something. And then Charlotte takes one drink and passes out because she can't hold her liquor at all. She doesn't drink. And then Yami's like, oh, sorry, girl. You gonna be okay? And then later he's like, I don't really care, you know, I don't care that much about if the woman I'm with can drink. I just said that. That basically, and that's very true, bro. If a guy tells you this is a very specific thing that I want, that does not mean you need to have that thing for him to like you. He's not, trust me, it's not that serious. A lot of people can change their minds and are not that picky about very specific things. Some people are, but, like, it's really not a big deal. Anyway, love her, queen. This is Mimosa's brother, Kirsch Vermillion. I want to just mention this manga panel that I screenshotted. Bodies should be beautiful just as they are. I don't see the point in training them. That's something weak people do. He does not believe in working out or looks maxing. Don't train your body. Don't change your body or health. Dude is a triple postmodernist or something because he's ahead of all of us. He went past the gym bros. He went past the fucking he got past the gym bros, he got past the doctors, he went past the looks maxers. Don't do anything to your body, guys. That's what weak people do. If you're dying from, like, a physical illness, don't train your body to be better. They should be beautiful just as they are. Birth from the womb, your body should be perfect. Anyway. You cannot tell me this guy does not use makeup. Anyway, I just found that really fucking funny. He has a surprisingly in-depth personality that's really hard to forget unless you just read the fucking chapter that he's in, or most important in, because he doesn't really do much other than the mock battle where he goes against Asta and his sister Mimosa, where he's actually really good. He's the vice captain of the Coral Peacocks, which is Dorothy's captain, the Dorothy squad, if you could not tell by their designs. And he's actually really good at working with others, because he's like, your beauty is this, and we can use it together to beat the enemy amazingly. And then it turns out that when he finds out that people are peasants, he fucking hates their guts, because he thinks all peasants are fucking ugly by default. And then he learns that he's working with Magna on his team, who is also a peasant, and he's like, oh, I can't work with you anymore. So it's really funny that he can be this really surprisingly uplifting individual, but is also, like, super obsessed with looks, and it annoys the fuck out of everyone. But he also hates peasants, which annoys the fuck out of everyone again. So it's just a whole bunch of roller coaster of emotions with him. This is Jack the Ripper. How the fuck were they able to use this name? Anyway, I'm conflicted on him because I want to think he's cool, but he's up against too many badasses, and it's kind of similar with Leopold because he is a Magic Knights captain, which means he's one of the strongest in the series. And he has this really OP thing where he can slash through literally everything with his power, and he was born a peasant. Um, but he kind of loses a lot. Like, he gets one-shotted multiple times. He fights with Yami a couple of times, and whenever he does something cool, it's with someone else, and the other person takes most of the credit. Or, like, does the finishing blow or something. Like, when he's fighting with Yami, or, like, he is there in the fight against fucking this bitch. When he's fighting, he fights with against Dante with Magna, I'm pretty sure. Or Xenon? It's one of them. The way I don't even fucking remember because it was so pointless. He fights against one of them, and then when they leave, he like makes sure that they don't get back up. And then in like the final arc, he tries to one shot the demon dude. He tries to fight. Tries to one shot Lucius, and just gets fucking murked. He just gets fucking killed. And it's like, I wish you did more. But and he has a backstory where he's like, he was a peasant and his father like died and he wanted to fight for that or something like that. But like, he's so overshadowed by all of the other characters and doesn't become as OP as them. And it's kind of a shame. And also, since his name is kind of generic, it really makes him blend into the background. Also, his squad doesn't have like that many interesting characters. Like, each squad that's not like the Black Bulls has like a couple of interesting characters, and that's it. I don't even list most of them because they're like so minor. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a shame. This is Raya. On my first viewing, I don't think I actually like thought much of this dude, but I actually really like him upon rereading. Drinking, remember to hydrate. Don't drink things that won't get you hydrated. I mean, you can, I guess, but also hydrate. Anyway, this dude is like part of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and he has a few quirks. He's kind of just like chill. He has like copy magic, and he uses it to like transform into one of the dudes. He can use it to transform into other people, kind of like by copying Gray's magic, I think, something like that. But he's like, so he sometimes pretends to be Vengeance, and that kind of explains how sometimes Vengeance is able to appear to meetings while doing all the Eye of the Midnight Sun stuff. And at one point, Vengeance gets injured, but while in Patri form, and so he has to like not show up that much, or else people are gonna notice he's injured. So this guy takes his place, which is cool, I guess. And what I really like about this dude is that he's chill and he's powerful on account of being able to copy, but he also has this ability to like tell when people is lying, and he could tell that his friend was lying but chose to ignore it, which is a very real thing. Even if you don't have super lie detecting abilities, most people, if they think their friend is lying, or even if you know they're lying, like, if you are 100% certain that they're lying, you will give them the benefit of the doubt. And then sometimes that's bad. Sometimes it's the wrong choice. Sometimes they might be a bad person. They might be tricking you. And the friend that was lying was being possessed by the devil, and that's why they were lying. It wasn't really them. But, but it is a very real thing. And it's honestly is a major source of conflict for a lot of real life situations too. Okay. Let's actually start speeding through these rounds now. This is Gaddis and Ladros. Super annoying and a little bit funny. Gaddis has this weird fucking power where he's like able to revive people from the dead, but that's all he can do, and he can kind of control them. And that's it. It's a really OP power, but it's basically his only power. And he's like super like megalomaniac like, and like he's fucking crazy and wants to take revenge on everyone. Ladros is like, he likes, I don't even, like, he's just annoying. But he's kind of funny because, like, look at his fucking face, bro. He's funny to meme on. And he, like, absorbs power and can shoot it back or whatever and wants to take control of the Diamond Kingdom or something. It's weird. And because of their powers, these guys are, like, basically quasi-immortal. Like, Raditz, like, dies and then is like fuck you and revives because his power is to revive people from the dead. So which honestly maybe we should have seen that coming, but he also revives two of his companions from the dead at the same time, which is kind of funny. And Ladros, since he has the power to like absorb magic basically, it's very hard to kill him, but they don't really have much, honestly. After they're beaten, there isn't much, they don't do much. Raditz does a few like really interesting things, but like in terms of personality. Now this is Seke, the best character in Black Clover. This guy is a little annoying, but super funny. He's like, he is another womanizer, kind of, but he's also like he just like is really full of himself despite being super weak, and when actually put in danger, he like runs away a lot. There's this really funny scene, or maybe it's supposed to be cool, but he like looks up to Asta because he tries so hard, and it's like kind of cool, but also like you're so minor, dude. And early on, he like tries to bully Asta because like he has an anti-magic user, but everyone kind of clowns on him because his magic is like not that strong either, and like like I don't even know why Jack recruited him, to be honest. He like, it's kind of funny because the Wizard King, he just happens to be there when not the Wizard King that I've shown you, but another Wizard King who's basically there because of nepotism and has really weak magic, or like it's strong magic, but he's so bad at using it, I guess, is the right way to say it. Like, he gets saved, and Seke happens to be there, so he thinks Seke did it, and then he promotes him and sends him off on missions, and Seke's like, what the fuck, why am I on this higher tier mission? I'm so fucking weak. Please help me. I kind of wish he'd randomly gotten super OP at one point, because I think that would have been even funnier. But other than that, this guy is can be annoying, but I think his funniness levels override that. Because the fact that he is clowned on, like, this is how you write an annoying character. You need to make him get clowned on by the other characters. And that makes it funny. They need to get, like, comeuppance in some way. Because the girls are constantly, like, ignoring him or like putting him down for being too cocky, and he's constantly shown up by like the more powerful wizards. Okay, this is Sally. She's like, she joined the Eye of the Midnight Sun, who are the elves do, despite not being an elf. I don't know how they found her, but she's basically like, she wants to research magic and is really interested in Asta's anti-magic research because she wants to make it her own, or like she wants to use it in her experiments and shit. She is actually smart. She has like gel magic that can like refract light, and she'll constantly, when she's there in a battle, she will come up with a solution to the battle like really nonchalantly, and it's always some science bullshit that makes total sense when you think about it, but she's the only one scientifically inclined enough to actually think of that. So, because like when she's fighting Gosh, who uses mirror light magic, she uses her freaking salamander made of gel to refract the light so it doesn't hit her. In the dream world, when they're fighting Elf Dorothy, she's just like, okay, we can escape from this place if we get her to think about an exit for us. And also, we can beat her by summoning the real Dorothy, by making her think of the real Dorothy, by creating an illusion of her. And it works! All of this works. And at one point she's like, if we combine these elements, it will cause an explosion that will defeat the enemy, and it's like lightning, fire, and water or some shit like that. And it works. And it's like, she's clearly very smart, but she kind of does everything for herself. She actually extracted the anti-magic particles from Asta and was able to buff people with it, which is really cool. And I guess it is science, not magic, so it is possible. And my own series actually technically does this, which I didn't even realize until making this slide. When you have a world and you have both science and magic in that world, there are many interesting ways in which they can interact. And even though she's kind of like the only character that really does shit with science, unless you count like the magic items, which is kind of more like Sekiri's thing, it's just very interesting. And I like having a character like this. This is Fauna and Mars. They're super cute together. They they have really cool backstories. Basically, they were like child soldiers or something for the Diamond Kingdom, and they were forced to fight each other to see who the strongest was, and so they could train that strongest warrior to fight for the Diamond Kingdom. And it ended up being Mars because Fauna couldn't beat him, or like Fauna loved him too much, or something like that. It's kind of funny how many times Fauna got revived, because Mars is like, he has Fauna's fire magic, that's also healing magic. Fauna is also the first one to have the dragon, or like salamander, the fire spirit, but then after she's defeated, it goes to Rebellion. Mars has diamond magic, which is super powerful, or something like that. So like, they somehow use science to combine Fauna's fire magic with Mars's crystal magic, and it works. I don't know why they don't just do that with everyone, and how they were able to do that with him, but whatever. And it's kind of funny how many times Fauna got revived, because she gets revived the first time by the Eye of the Midnight Sun, by like using this ritual to revive the elf version of her, and then the human version of her gets put in the body. Oh wait, I think it's that she actually survived somehow, and they found her body, and then they use that body later for the elf reincarnation, or the angry reincarnation, and then her real self went into that body. And then, like, they made another body for the other Fauna, for the elf Fauna, and then we fought her. And then, like, and I think it happens a third time, and I don't remember the concept for that, but I might just be over-remembering it. Maybe it only happened 2 times. Fauna gets revived a lot. I just want to say, I never understood the logic behind kill all your strong warriors except the best one, because why, like, it's not like a fucking video game where every time you kill an enemy, you get stronger. You get stronger through the experience of fighting. So just train against each other. And if you want to, like, learn how to hit vital spots or whatever, just do that on your enemies. Use that on training dummies. You don't need to kill your own soldiers who are strong and powerful, and you can use them in the future to like, more people is usually better. Anyway, these two are cool. The other devils, they don't even get an image, because I was not gonna copy-paste that shit. I do not care. They're evil. We beat them. They have, like, no backstory or personality. Some of the fight scenes are cool. I'm satisfied. Because a lot of the times the devils will show up after you've beaten, like, their hosts or whatever, and then you have to kill them. But the whole time they're just like, haha, weak humans. I'm gonna kill you with my magic powers. I'm so OP. I'm so strong. And they just look creepy the whole time and use their magic. And then the humans end up killing them, and only at the last second they're like, "Oh fuck, I'm actually getting killed," which I guess is a little bit satisfying, but it's it's not very interesting. Like, literally, Liebe is like the only devil with a personality. There's one more, but he shows up later in the slides. Okay, so I told you that I mentioned that Lucius got to revive people from the fucking dead with his powers, which is kind of funny because it's the same thing Gladys does. He revives Morgan, who is Noct's twin brother. Well, brother, I guess. It's complicated. He changes his... I think they are twins, and he had his appearance different beforehand and then changed back. It's really weird. And Aesir, who is Noelle's mother, and we get to fight them, which is cool. Except, again, we get, unfortunately, it gets kind of bogged down by the fact that this is the fact that the mangaka is burnt out a little bit, and we have to, and the arc is a little bit cut short because the fights get a little bit too fast for me to care about them too much. It's a good arc, it's a good idea, and it does have character closure and momentum for both of them, like Noct and Yami, who both cared about Morgan, and Aesir's family. Aesir a little bit more, actually. I really like that they kept their personalities. They're both like kind, right? While fighting them, they're just basically under control and convinced that this is the right thing to do to defeat them, so they can all get revived and live a better life. And at least my thought process while watching the manga is that Aesir was not trying to kill her family in that battle. She was going way too chill about fighting them. She was like having fun and being like, "Oh, I'm so happy that I get to see my family again," and it was kind of funny. And I do think they were pretty good concluding arcs because Noelle's whole family helped to fight against their mom, and it was actually really nice to see them working together and reunited again. And they kind of put Morgan to rest by being like, "I'm sorry, you're dead now. We will live on with the Black Bulls." Unfortunately, the fight against Aesir, despite being Noelle's last battle, I think was less flashy than Monica's. And I'm a little bit sad that she didn't get to participate in the final battle against Lucius. The way I have to go back to this guy's every name, because I don't want to mix up his name with Julius, because Lucius and Julius are so similar, and they also are in the same body. It's really confusing. Oh, this is the Witch Queen, who I mentioned earlier. She's kind of OP. She has, like, some kind of fortune telling and also blood magic. And the blood magic just instantly cures Asta's arm that's corrupted by the devil. And can also instantaneously heal people. Like, in the final battle, she, like, basically revives a bunch of people using her blood magic. What is her backstory? Like, she's really strong, and she's like the leader of this witch vision. But where did she come from? Like, she is like semi-quasi-immortal because she uses like blood magic or something to keep herself young for a long time, and that kind of fucks her up during the final battle because she needs to use a lot of magic to heal a bunch of people. She doesn't really have a backstory. I don't know where she came from, other than being like super strong and the leader. Her philosophy is that everything must be perfect and she must do everything she can to keep like complete perfection and power over her witch people. And she kept Vanessa in a cage. She kept Vanessa in a cage so she could control her and make the perfect life. And she also like wanted to get Asta she let Vanessa go because she got a divination that she would come back with the thing you desire. And then she was like, I guess that was Asta's anti-magic sword. And then she tries to take control of Asta using her blood magic, and it kind of works for a bit until Vanessa gets her OP fate magic. And then the Witch Queen remembers that, oh, sometimes imperfection is good because we get to feel things. And I actually love you, Vanessa. And it's a little bit jarring, actually. But then she just becomes chill, and she's like, okay, you can go if you want, but you can come back here, this is your family. And it's like, wow, you became chill really quickly. Maybe what she wanted all along was to get her fucking feelings back. Who knows? I wish we had a little bit of backstory for her so I at least knew why she wanted everything to be perfect. Like, maybe as a child she was, like, traumatized or something, I don't fucking know. And if she wasn't perfect, some things went wrong, but, you know, it's fine. This is Ryuya. So, okay. God, explaining this is so weird. There's this part where after Asta confesses to Sister Lily and she rejects him, Lucius comes out of nowhere. Julius comes out of nowhere. Lucius comes out of nowhere. Again, I'm already mixing them up. Lucius comes out of nowhere and is like, hey, Asta, you might be able to beat me because you have anti-magic, so I'm just gonna kill you. And he's like, what? And then he blasts him off 2 million miles away. And then everyone's like, oh my god, Asta's dead! He also converts. He also freaking brainwashes Sister Lily during this time, and it's kind of cool because Asta has to beat Sister Lily, and then it turns out she really doesn't want to hurt him, and so she still has her soul left in him. He couldn't take that out. But anyway, so Asta gets blasted off, and then wakes up in a place called the Land of the Sun, which is just Japan. But anyway, and this land turns out to be a completely separate country where Yami came from, and they use this magic power. No, it's not magic, it's ki, which is present in other anime and other fictional universes, but it's basically like being able to sense where your enemy is based on like their physical, where they are physically, which really works with Asta because he's based on physical stuff. I'm pretty sure I also mentioned this during the Yami thing, but it's good to go over it again, I guess. Ryuya is the leader of this place. He has no physical power or like magic power or whatever, other than the all-seeing eye or something similar to that he got by sacrificing all of his other powers, which lets him see everything in the present moment, which is how he knew that Asta was coming and how he knew that they were going to need to beat Lucius in order to like save the world or whatever. It is a bit of a Deus Ex Machina. Asta survived. He got sent to the Land of the Sun. Yeah, whatever. And then Ryuya trains him in this new martial arts technique that lets Asta channel his anti-magic energy and basically blast it, which he can already do, but he can do it more effectively now, or something like that. So yeah, it's like a mini training arc. Okay. Here's Ichika. She has a good personality and a good backstory. She is Yami's sister. And what happened was her clan was like, I might get a bit of this wrong, I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details, but Yami was her older brother, and she thinks that he killed their whole clan, but it was actually her. And it was caused by like this pill or something that gives you extreme power. And then her dad was like, eat this to become stronger, and so they ate it, and then predictably, because this is always what happens, it made them go fucking insane and kill everyone. So she was actually the one who killed her entire clan, even though she thought it was Yami, and Yami left so that she could blame him and didn't feel bad about it. Even though she was the one who killed them. Which is really sad, but like, she's really cool. She has a lot of power. She has some cool powers. She's the only character I cared about from the Land of the Sun arc. Sorry, Ryuya. Like, you're a little bit cool and all, but like I didn't feel for you that much. We had like barely any time to spend with these guys because it was during the end where everything was a little bit rushed. And it's kind of difficult because like when you introduce a completely new location with completely new characters, Asta's the only one you care about from this place, and it takes time to get attached to characters, and basically you don't get to see any of the characters you actually care about during this time. You just have Asta and his training arc. Um, and then you do like care about Ichika a little bit on account of her being connected to Yami and getting a good backstory and Asta spending time with her. Um, but then there's a bunch of other characters who also train him that like show up for like one panel and then they don't do much. We don't really care about them. And then we have this fight against Sister Lily, who tries to kill him because like he might come back and defeat Lucius. They and it's like it's a bit of a shame because if it had just been a little bit longer, I feel like we could have been able to care more about this arc. But we love Ichika. Okay, this is a Dramalek. I like this guy. He doesn't have much of a personality. Like, he shows up at the same time as, like, when Lucifero, who is, like, one of the devils, shows up after we beat, the Dark Triad. And he doesn't really do anything the whole time. He's just kind of like... And Lucifero is like, why aren't you helping me, Adramelech? And Adramelech is like, I don't want to. So he doesn't. And then, like, after Lucifero dies, he gives the heart to, he gives his heart to, like, Lucius, and then Lucius fucking eats it to get the power of all of the devils, before him, which is why he can use the fucking bone magic and make copies of himself. This dude has light magic, which I find very interesting, and is just kind of blasé about everything. Is like, this is cool. He seems really smart, but like kind of bored of everything, which I kind of like those. I kind of fuck with those kinds of characters, and it's probably the most obvious heel face turn in the century, but I'm so glad it happened because he's like technically on the devil's side, but not really. He doesn't really help them in any way. He just sits on the sidelines the whole time. And then when they ask him for help, he's kind of like, nah, I don't feel like it. I think the humans are more interesting. And then he like fuses with someone. I don't even remember who it was. And they get light magic. And they try to use that to beat the final devil. So this guy's just cool. Okay, we're done with the characters. Again, I apologize if I did not get to your favorite character. Magic, royalty versus peasants. I didn't realize this until making this slide, but there are so few peasants that are actually important. These guys, 3 guys on the right, are basically the only ones that are important. I did mention a few of them in the previous slide, in like the character slides, but they got so little time. This is just on account of how the world building is, where royalty naturally have stronger superpowers, stronger magical powers innately than the peasants. So they're more likely to be in the Magic Knights, and therefore we're more likely to see them fight because they're able to fight the bad guys with lots of power. I do like the themes where even if you're a peasant, you can try really hard or do things in creative ways and be able to like get into the system and be strong yourself. Because all 3 of these characters do that. Zora has a very interesting... He's very smart and calculating, and has a very interesting way of battle where he puts traps everywhere. Magna comes up with his... Other than his chain magic, he also fights, like, kind of smart. He's not one of the most intelligent of the cast, but he kind of has to be a little battle smart in order to even be worthwhile, or, like, to even stand up to a lot of these really powerful dudes. one of his attacks is like throwing a fireball, and it's basically like a trick shot where it disappears and then it appears in midair, or like yeah, it's like a false swing or something. And then Asta, I will be honest, Asta's a little bit of a special case because he gets a lot of his power from Liebe, but he did try hard in getting strong, and that's where most of his strength comes from. But also he did get. People will like, Yuno gets too many power-ups. Asta also got a lot of power-ups. He gets like 3 different demon swords. He gets helped by Nacht. But he does discover a lot of his techniques himself by like channeling the anti-magic within him. Or using his abilities in interesting ways, or learning ki. All of these are helped by other people. But it's interesting because Asta learns this from his friends, for the most part. Like, he's trained by a lot of people. While Yuno gets this from, like, raw talent. Like, the fairy, his fucking fairy magic randomly chooses him. He gets a grimoire by complete magic chance. He gets a second grimoire by magical chance. He gets the 4-leaf clover grimoire by complete chance. He does train. Like, he clearly came up with some of these moves on his own, but he has helped a lot less than Asta. And it's funny because Noelle, she trains too. She trains really hard, and it's really obvious that a lot of her power-ups aren't just natural, that they're because she trains hard. Because she trained really hard to control her magic. She thought of exactly what to do to, like, make her gigantic barrier magic. And she knew that she needed mobility in that one fight, which is how she came up with the water armor, and she also was inspired by her mother by that. So, which is why people like Noelle more than Yuno, generally. Now, I'm sorry to keep on bringing up Naruto, but it's just the easiest thing to compare this to. Think of, like, Naruto and Sasuke with their fucking Kekkei Genkai bullshit. Naruto is born with a 9-tailed fox, which makes him fucking OP as shit. And Sasuke, is born with, like, the freaking Sharingan and gets, like, 15 upgrades to that. And that's genetic shit. You can't get that. Like, you cannot train that. And those characters with the really powerful innate powers are the ones that end up fighting most of the time. Very rarely will you see a Naruto character who is powerful because they tried hard. Which is very different from Black Clover. Like, look at Sakura. She tried hard, but she's put by the wayside because the other characters get so many fucking buff OP shit. And this is not universal. You have Hinata, who is like who is a really powerful innate ability with her freaking eyes, but she doesn't even get to do much. Same with her brother Neji, even though he has the exact same thing. It really is like a pick and choose with them. But what I like about Black Clover is it tries to give everyone the chance to shine. It does some of it better than others, but whatever, man. Also, I mentioned magic artifacts before. The magic artifacts help people get magic powers. I mentioned Sally being able to make magic weapons out of the anti-magic that helps people fight. And that's a really good example, as well as a few other artifacts that can like seal other people's magic and then release it at certain time. It's not used too often, but it's very interesting when it's used. And this was mentioned by like the Wizard King that he wanted to use this to fix the disparity between people with a lot of magic and people without magic. And honestly, it's kind of like a parallel to disability. Because people would be like, don't use fucking magic artifacts, just use your own strength. Like fucking, don't train your body. Don't train your body. Ignore disability. Anyway, that's what Kirsch would say. But it is helpful, and it's just nice to do things for other people. You should never be ashamed of using something to help you, because that's how you're able to do things with your own strength. Like Asta, you can get help from other people, and then like Asta, you can get help from other people, and then you can stand on your own 2 feet. Same with items. That's what they're for. Why not use them if they're here to help you? Anyway, man, I was not expecting to get into philosophy when talking about this. Okay, the magic system in this. I already mentioned the 5-leaf clover and the 4-leaf clover, where the 4-leaf clover is OP. The 5-leaf clover is like, there's a devil inside and that's like a special magic or whatever. This grimoire at the bottom is like Radis's, which has a single page for like reviving people. And this grimoire on the right is the Wizard King's grimoire with all of his fucking time magic. And as you can see, it's super fucking OP. I don't know how you can have so many spells with just time magic, but you know, you do you, boo. So the way that grimoires work is when there's a significant emotional event or a significant breakthrough, a new page will be added with a new spell. It's easiest to explain this through Noelle, who gained a magic attack, like the huge dragon attack that she has, when she learned to control her unimaginable magic power, or when she figured out that she needed a mobility spell for her water armor, or when she made her big defensive water shield spell. So each time that happened, it was because of a very emotional event. Maybe she was fighting really hard and she needed a really powerful spell to defeat an enemy who's going to kill her friends or something. And then a new magic thing, a new page shows up in the grimoire. That's how it works, basically. Now, is this a hard magic system or a soft magic system? A lot of magic systems go between the two. Basically, a hard magic system has definite rules about when the magic runs out, what you're allowed to do, what the spells do, and how they counter each other. Think of like an RPG where like you have a set amount of mana points, and you use those mana points, and when they run out, you can't do anything. And you can only choose between like a certain amount of spells. Now, there are hard magic system elements here where there are certain spells that characters can use again and again, and then there's some that don't. But it's kind of a soft magic system in the sense that you can basically just be like, oh, this person had an emotional power, a power-up, and they have a new spell now, amazing, that's perfect for the situation. And that kind of happens a lot. I'm going to be talking about that a little bit more soon, but... And it's also soft in that each wizard has a certain amount of magic power that they can use before they like run out, or like a certain amount of grit. But that isn't really defined by anything other than, like, this is true in a lot of anime and manga. It's really hard to define that other than when is the character gonna like run out of power energy. Especially when you have characters like Charmy or Gray, who then like heal you forever or replenish your mana by like eating with Charmy. It's really easy to manipulate the storytelling so that you're just like, oh, you win because, I don't know, you got tired too fast or something like that. Which, honestly, I find that okay. As long as there's some kind of magic system in place, I'm fine with that. Do whatever you can. I can deal with that. It's as long as it's believable, you know? And some people obviously have more magic than others. Is, you know, Goddess has 1 page in his grimoire. The Wizard King has 2 fucking million. And yeah. And each character has 1 magic type, basically, that is attuned to them with their grimoire, unless they have multiple grimoires for some reason, such as having a little other soul in their body. Or having scientific shit done to your grimoire. It's weird. Anyway, these are the kingdoms, the Spade Kingdoms at the top. That thing in the middle is like a super dense, powerful mana region zone that's like really hard to get through unless they're like super powerful. The Clover Kingdom at the bottom, the Diamond Kingdom to the east, and the Heart Kingdom to the left. I already talked about these guys a little bit. The Diamond Kingdom's kind of gets thrown to the wayside. They're only relevant for a little bit, and then the Spade Kingdom just kind of like fucking destroys them. And they just don't show back up, except for like this really annoying dude. But like, I didn't even talk about him because he was so annoying. They are different in other ways. The Diamond Kingdom is kinda the technology kingdom, but they kind of fuck it up a little bit. I don't know. And the Spade Kingdom is like, I don't even know that much about the Spade Kingdom. Apparently they have really powerful magic people because of like and all the devil guys, and they research dark magic and shit. The Heart Kingdom has a lot of natural magic, like beautiful, natural, pure magic. Mostly because of Lolopechka and her magic, like, literally feeding the entire land. And then we have the Clover Kingdom. I basically already described that to you. So, the magic systems. Wait, how are we measuring this? So, at the beginning, we learned about the Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom, where they're given, like, a job or, like, a title based on how strong their magic is, or how much they've helped people in the Magic Knights. And that's basically all we have. Otherwise, you're just like, you kind of just have to guess how much magic power each person has. Even though they're given these titles. Drinking more water. Remember to hydrate. So that's all we have for a bit. And then when we get to the Heart Kingdom, suddenly we get a whole new magic system. Or like, we're introduced to an actual magic system. We're like more than halfway through the manga at this point, by the way. But it's like, based on how strong your magical power is, with stage 9 at the bottom and stage 0 at the top, that's how strong you are. Now, the arcane stage is outside of all of these stages because they can do unique things with magic that other people can't do. So, this would be like Vanessa, who can change fucking fate. Gray, who can change the literal properties of anything. Asta with anti-magic, because that fucking destroys any other type of magic. And there are quite a few others, basically. Sekre, with her literally conceal and release any kind of magic. So, this is just like a general, like, how strong are you think? Noelle and Yuno would probably be at the top, and then people like Magna, sorry bro, it'll probably be near the bottom. And then we have Ki, I already explained that a little bit. And your Yoku is basically just super strong Ki, where you can, like, channel your energy and shit. It's kind of like the energy blast from Dragon Ball Z, but not really. It just makes his attack stronger, basically. So these are the different magic systems in Black Clover, other than what I just told you earlier, where the royals have more magic power than the peasants innately. And I do like that there's a sort of balance here, where in a lot of other series, it will be a little bit unbalanced. In terms of freaking talent or random buffs. Black Clover doesn't do it perfectly, but I do think it does a decent job. Okay, this part! Nobody can die in Black Clover. If you've noticed, a lot of characters have Deus Ex Machina magic. Raditz can literally revive people from the dead, including himself, as you can see on this right panel right here. Mimosa, like, it's funny because in one scene they're like, everyone's dead, there's no way we can save anyone, and then we bring in multiple healers into the room and they're like, we can't do anything about this, they're fucking dead, and then Mimosa comes out of nowhere and she says this bullshit, reality can be turned into whatever we want because It's magic, right? Which is the cheesiest shit ever, but I kind of love it. We don't get to see how she learned this, by the way. She now just has ultimate reviving powers or some shit like that, because these people were like literally almost dead. And then she's like, I now have the strongest healing magic because fuck you. We're not allowed to let everyone die. Gray, like I said before, she revived Gosh, literally cured his organs that were bleeding out. Vanessa, the fate-altering power that stops you from dying. Julius, the time dude who can turn back time. If you're gonna die, he can just fucking turn back time, bro. And something that at the end of the very end of the series, after the final battle, a lot of people die, and at the end, Julius is like, I'll sacrifice my life and use all the rest of my energy to bring back the lives of everyone who has died in this battle. And it's kind of funny, because Fairy Tail, this happens in Fairy Tail, except the character who uses this power does only 1 minute, while Julius in this fucking thing undoes an entire fucking war. Because fuck you, that's why. Because it's magic, right? I find it really funny, but I'm fine with it, you know? At least it's consistent. Very few characters actually die in this series. Kind of the same with Fairy Tail. And some people get mad at this, but I'm like, if you've established that characters don't really die in this series, I think it's fine. As long as you're ready for it. It's just like a genre kind of thing. You can choose whether you want characters in your story to die or not. It is nice when at least one character actually dies and has an impact. I guess Julius would count because he does actually die in the end, so that character can become the Wizard King. Asta does become the Wizard King, by the way, which I like, because it's Asta versus Yuno, and they basically fight to see who becomes the Wizard King in the last chapter. And then Asta wins, and I'm glad he did, because it reinforces the theme that hard work really does matter. And I think a lot of people would have been pissed if Yuno became the thing, even though it would have made narrative sense as well. Because people don't like Yuno anymore, apparently. Because like, imagine the guy who's literally a Nepo baby becomes the king, as opposed to the main character who we've been following this whole time. Like, bro. I would have been fine with it, but I get it. And also, I think it was the better choice. Anyway, Charmy has fucking food magic, and her second magic is literally her able to replenish her magic so she can give other people food magic. And also, I don't know where her fucking food comes from. Where does her food come from? She has an infinite supply somewhere. And the Witch Queen also has the power to manipulate people's blood and just cure them. I'm probably forgetting about some characters, but there are just so many characters who can just be like, fuck you, we're not dead. Anyway. Next part. How does telling the future work? How many characters have fortune-telling magic? I think it's just these three, but I just thought about this. These are how their powers work, as far as I can tell. I might be wrong. Witch Queen can kinda see the future vaguely. Like, I don't know, she got a message that Vanessa would give her what she wanted. Like, what does that even mean? Like, and then she looks into a crystal ball and can see, like, people about to go to war on the Witch Forest. Because they want her stone that she gives to Asta. Then the stone gets stolen later. But, Lucius sees every possible future at once and manipulates things towards one, I think. Because he had this thing where he was like, I saw every single future. And the future, that I was most likely to lose was when Yuno grew up in the Spade Kingdom, which is why I killed his entire family and forced him to the Clover Kingdom, or something like that. Now, and Ryuya is not really fortune telling, even though it's called divination. He sees everything in the present moment, but he can kind of use that to tell what's about to happen in like the very near future. I don't know how he does that. Like, I feel like that would be sensory overload, like literally being God, but whatever, man. Why does this not make them invisible? The Witch Queen, I can kind of see it because, like, that's like a 50% chance fortune telling thing. And it makes sense with Asta because he has anti-magic, so by default, any magic power probably is negated when trying to see his future. Like, he literally has the power to defy fortune-telling magic because his anti-magic should just let him choose whatever fate he wants. Assuming that fate is a magical force in this universe, I don't really know what kind of... Is this a single timeline, multiple timelines? Probably multiple timelines based on what Lucius's power is. Is the immutability of fate really only stopped by Asta? Also, what the fuck is Lucius doing? Because apparently if he really wanted to min-max this shit, I feel like the only thing him doing is like, I feel like it doesn't make sense that the only thing he does is kill Yuno's family, or like to force him to the Clover Kingdom so that Yuno doesn't beat him. Just kill Yuno, or like, there's like, he does that and then he just like fucking chills in. He fucking chills in Julius's body for the entire fucking anime or manga until all the devils are defeated and he's like, okay, it's my time now. I guess I'm coming out. Oh, it's Pride Month. Sorry. I'm finally gonna do things, even though I feel like if you really wanted to maximize your chances of winning, you would be like, I guess it's that he's too overconfident because he was like, oh, I win in every single universe. I don't need to worry about this shit. And he does, account for Asta being able to change the future with his anti-magic, and tries to get rid of him, but he doesn't do it that well. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe, you know what, maybe I'm fine with this. It just shows how fucking cocky Lucius is, that he literally did nothing the whole time. Bro, I would be so like, what are you doing? You're just chilling in the back of the soul? Yeah, like, you have to get bored, bro. I know. How do they work against or with each other? And how does it work at all? Like, I kind of get it if it's two of them, but all three of them? How does the Witch Queen's vision change if Lucius decides to manipulate things towards one future? Or does the Witch Queen only see the future of things that are definitely going to happen? But I feel like, based on the many worlds interpretation, that should not be true for anything. Because how can you guarantee that Vanessa is gonna get the fucking fate thing if there are a bunch of different possible futures? And then we have Ryuya, who is seeing everything in the present moment. But how are you not able to, like, how are these powers not able to all coexist at once without one of them overriding the other? Like, if Lucius and Yuya want to do something to, like, change the future and they contradict, I guess every future is different? But then what does that do with the fucking Witch Queen? You know, it's okay. I don't really care. This is... I rant a lot about this because I watch a lot of time-based fiction. Maybe I'll do a rant on one of those one day and I'll get more into this, but I just wanted to talk about it. I already did this. Oh. Did I accidentally... I don't know if this was supposed to be something else, or if I just accidentally copied this. Okay, we're actually close to the end now, so, Here's some killer moments, cool, that I screenshotted. I didn't screenshot many, so I wanted to show these to show what I randomly screenshotted while reading this. Maybe it's not fair. Maybe I'm not perfect. That doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. This life is mine. I really like these cheesy lines because they are true to life. They can be very inspirational, especially for like young people who are reading this. I like it. I like the cheese a little bit. And I really like this one in the middle. Hey, mister, living without hope or reason is normal. You have to find stuff like that as you go. Duh. And it's really nice because a lot of people, me included, sometimes lose hope. And hearing that it's normal, especially from my boy Asta, is very nice. This moment is kind of funny, honestly, the one to the left here. There's something wrong with you. The match is over already. This is what Linguist is about to kill his brother. You have been making great progress lately, but you're still just Blackville flunkies, and I'm the vice captain of the Golden Dawn. And then the Wizard King is like, those who go easy on their companions in a fight can't be trusted. But those who try to kill their companions have problems that run much deeper than trust. I thought that line's so fucking funny. I laughed so hard when I first saw that. Because, like, what are you trying? What are you doing, bro? Trying to kill the person who's on your side. And he's right though, because there are people like that in real life. Like, I think you might be a little bit. I think you might have problems if you're trying to kill your friends or family. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. And we've gotten to the end. I'm sorry if I didn't cover anything that you wanted me to cover. If you commented about it, then I will probably respond to you. I don't think this is probably going to get that many views. It's kind of a low quality video, but if you have any thoughts about anything, honestly, comment. I love hearing the things. And if you listen to all of this, thank you so much. I really hope you enjoyed it. You liked my rambling and were not terribly bored or bothered by many of my opinions. Remember, this is just a fucking anime. It's a review on a fucking anime. It doesn't fucking matter. Everyone has their own opinions and thoughts. I hope you enjoyed mine. I give Black Clover an 8 out of 10. Most of these that I make will probably be above a 5 out of 10, because why the fuck am I talking about it? Well, if I find a critically bad piece of media and I want to trash it really badly, I might do that. But Black Clover gets an 8 out of 10. I have this thing where whenever I finish a series, I will always love it, like, a lot right after I finished it. So this might go down to a 7 out of 10 one day. But for now, it's really, really good. Definitely one of my favorites. It's a modern day shonen that improves on many tropes. I'm sad about the rushed ending. I love the characters. I love the storytelling. I think there's such good writing in this. Not perfect, but there's never a perfect story, honestly. And a lot of times I feel like we should just appreciate what we have, and there's a lot of good to come out of this series. Alright. Final words. I love you. Be an Asta, not a Lucius. Don't let your friends die, or try your hardest not to let your friends die. Be kind to people. Don't kill everyone or try to make everyone the same. And let light shine in your life. Thank you so much for watching this. If you got all the way through, you are a fucking trooper. I commend you. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope to see you later.